Hey y'all, happy Sunday. Happy Father's Day to the fathers. Okay, I hope you guys had a wonderful day. All right. For those of us girls and boys who no longer have fathers, um, happy Remembrance Day. I think that's a good thing to call it, right? Because we just remembering our daddies. And I had some moments today. I ain't gonna lie. I had some moments. It was some real, all I'm gonna say is some real moments today thinking about Phil. So it was real cool. It was cool. It was bitter. It was sweet. It was all those things. Just glad to get in here and talk with y'all about this show. I really didn't want to watch it. After I watched it, I was real mad that I did watch it, but I did. So we over here to talk about it. Let me greet everybody who's here. And before I do, let me just remind y'all real quick, Marge, y'all get on them too now. Y'all, please make sure y'all hit that like button. You know that's how you help your sister. Hit the like button. That's all I ask. That's all I ask of you. Okay? So y'all please hit the like button. And we ain't gonna worry about them people that don't know how to act and be saying and doing crazy things. Because the last video, I guess somebody got mad because I called out Scrappy from being predatory and creepy with 3 daughters. So they reported my video. It didn't do no good. But I just want to call out because y'all know that's how I do. But let me greet y'all real fast. And please know this is the disclaimer before we get started. My mouth is real speedy, real greasy, all them good things, real Florida, real fast. And I really don't care about none of these people on this show. So if you sensitive, you got a heart condition, high blood pressure, if you got swollen ankles, if you happen to have the sugar or any other thing that can be agitated by me talking bad about your fave, run now. Because ain't nobody safe, okay? Nobody safe on the porch. Now let me holler at who's in the room. Quiet Storm, what's going down? Quiet Storm say that Kenya tell on herself. Yes, she did, boo. Did she say out loud when the contract between her and Mark was drawn out? Yep. Girl, listen, Quiet Storm. I don't know if I know you, but I love you. Girl, you know I love you. Okay. Emphasis on contract, heavy on the contract. Hey, Cream of Wheat, what's happening? Happy Father's Day. All right, all right. Bianca the Beautiful says, y'all welcome to the porch and hit that like button. Okay, get your drinks ready, shoes off, loosen them bra straps, unhook them wigs and unglue them, and let's get comfortable, honey. We ain't got time to be digging in no wigs tonight. We got to dig into these heifers, okay? Vita Fever. She say they the world champ, they the champions out there in Denver, y'all. That's what she say. That's what she say. Hey, U.S. Army brat, what's happening? Good to see you. Good to see you. Who else we got? Is this Trina? Hey, Trina girl, how you doing? This is the princess with the puppy in the avatar. Hey, doll, how are you? Patricia Robinson, how you doing? Hey, Rayanne 26. You ready for the tea? Girl, these people are mess. They're a whole mess. Hey, Queen of Hearts KS, how you doing, sis? Good to see you. Glenda. Hey, Glenda, this your first time. Y'all welcome Glenda to the chat. Hey, boo. Welcome, and welcome again. You are truly welcome, and I want to hear everything you got to say. As you know, your sisters over here on the porch is real crazy, so you can say whatever you want to say because you in good company, okay? I know that's right. How you doing? Auntie Eva is in the chat. Hello, hello. Who else we got? Miss M01. That's my girl. Hey, boo. What's happening? Good to see you. Uh-oh, the beautiful, the gorgeous, the busy Niecy Rose. I'm so glad you made it, little sis. Good to see you all the way from Canada. Y'all know what it is. You know what it is. Is this my gorgeous Couture Bay? Hello, gorgeous. How are you? My sis, I love you so dearly, Marilyn McGowan. I'm glad you here, sis. I ain't know if you had made it back home yet. I was thinking that. I wasn't sure. Hey, Miss Gardner, how you doing? Good to see you. Mommy's Peanut is in the house. Y'all tell Peanut, hey, Peanut say like the video. Can y'all like the video? Hey, La Chanel, what's happening? Good to see you. All right, all right. Darren Hood, hey, cuz. Good to see you. How you been doing? How you been doing? Joanne Wilson, how you doing, sis? Good to see you. All right, happy Father's Day. Miss Sparkle is in the chat, y'all. Our resident Mary Kay lady. I know that's right. We got Cheryl, we glad you made it. Southern Charm, how you doing, boo? Good to see you. Hey, Miss Peaches N.O., how you? All right, all right. She say happy Sunday, y'all. Eb Soul, hey, pretty girl, how are you? It is the beautiful Chanel D Queen, people. Y'all better holler at my sis. I know that's right. Rochelle, hey, girl. How you doing? Hey, Kiki Q. This your first. Oh, Kiki, y'all. This her first time live too. Y'all welcome Kiki to the chat. Hey, Kiki. Y'all make sure y'all hitting that like button now. Cool gamer, always cool, always in the house. Good to see you. Hey, Virgin Love, how you doing? Say all I watched the episode, so I know what y'all talking about. They are nuts. Child crazy is cat crap in a knapsack. Just ain't got no sense, none whatsoever. I don't know what's wrong with them. I don't know what's wrong with them. Virgin Love. I can't call it. Is this my Shani? Hey, Shani. Debbie Garcia is here. We got one of the Debs, so you know it's a housewife night. Y'all already know. Once we got the Debs, you know what it is. It's real now. It's official. Hey, DS. How you doing, Bookie? Hey, happy to be happy. We happy you made it. All right, all right. Is that Nona? Do I see Nona? Hey, Nona. How you doing? Hey, Miss Nisi. How you? All right. Jasmine. Hey, boo. How you doing? How you doing? Uh-oh, we got Delightful by Design. Hey there. Good to see you, God's anointed daughter. Sis, how you doing? Always a pleasure. We love you over here. Sheila J, what's happening? Hey, Tracy Lashley. How you doing? Hey, sweet beloved. What's going down? All right. Esmane, boo, how you been doing? The insomnia got you catching alive. I know that's right. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm so happy to see you. We miss you. But I know you be working. Hey, Annie Gant. How you doing? All right. Did I get everybody? Y'all know I got to check, double check. And I don't even mind holding things up to make sure I greet everybody. And y'all make sure y'all are being just as welcoming. Tamika Godbowl. Hi, sis. Hey, Allie from Miami. I know that's right. Brian Patterson, Kinfolk, thank you so much for the super chat. Say I'll catch the replay tomorrow. Just wanted you to know that I love you. I love you right back. And thank you for hitting that button. I appreciate it. This my boo, Jay Della Ray. How you doing, gorgeous? Hey, Stella. Hey, girl, I like that picture. Hey, BJ Des, how are you? I'm glad you're here. That's right. And thank you for welcoming Kiki and Glenda, because you ladies are absolutely welcome over here with the RHOA family while we kicking back on the front porch to talk about these heifers, because they were show acting like some heifers tonight. Hey, Tay. Judy, is that a quiet? You know, you never told me how to say that. I hope I got it something close to right. Girl, I like what Sharee did too. And I like the dress code, even though some people had a hard time sticking to it. Hey, Dana Cutler. How you doing? Tony Booth. Hey, boo. All right. So, y'all, we in here. Let's start talking. Anybody who has not made it yet. Hey, Maybelline Reynolds. Anybody else who hasn't made it, y'all, please, if I miss them, don't y'all miss them. Make sure that we're greeting everyone who comes in to the chat. If it's their first time, or if you don't recognize them, reach out, at them. You know, get at them, and say, hey, welcome, good to see you. You know, sometimes even if it ain't their first time, sometimes people need to feel like that. It's okay to feel like, you know, people like you. It's all right. Okay. It's okay. It's all right. So let's get into this episode. Hey, DM Rocks. You say Marlo getting on your nerves. Child, what show you watching? Marlo is actually one of the few people that's not getting on my nerves. And we're going to talk about that outfit later, because that outfit was mean, Lord. That outfit was mean. Whew. Oh, Lord, I just got to do like 3,057 million sit-ups and run 17,000 and a half miles and charge up about 4, 5, 6, 7 credit cards. And then I could look just as good one time for 5 minutes, maybe. I don't know. I'm dreaming. Darren Hood say, I was so irate at how Kenya and Kandi were acting. Child, that's how they act, Darren. I like the fact that Marlo has learned to shut up and allow them to expose themselves. And we saw another episode of that, just like we did last week. Right, Nisa? I'm telling you, like 3,000, 7,000, 15,000 sit-ups and crunches and stuff, and then I could look like Marlo. Maybe sometime. If you squint, it could happen. Kiki said, yes, Marlo was dressed down for the Gucci brunch. Yes, she was, honey. She represented for St. Pete. All right. Miss Nisa said Marlo is the reason the ratings went up. It sure was. And apparently it remains to be. It remains to be. But y'all, we going to get into it. Let me let y'all hear the pages of the notebook because y'all know what time. Y'all hear them pages? When I'm flipping through them pages, you know it's about to get real because y'all know your sis like to take notes and I like to shoot it back exactly how it happened, play by play, which is why y'all come over here for this review on this porch, okay? Because we gonna tell it like it is over here. Nisa say the nerve of SpongeBob calling Marlo childish was ridiculous. Child sitting over there looking like her neck being hiding. I don't understand what's going on. I don't know whether her head too big, her shoulders just, it's something. She like she's shrugging all the time. I just don't understand. I don't. Judy, you say you love you some Marlo? She all right with me. She all right with me. I ain't her, you know, she never gonna be my favorite person because of how she treated Nene, but she all right with me. Yeah, she wherever the wind blows, and then she'll be crying like a baby if they start back picking on her like they did last year. Virgin Love says yes, Marlo Gucci down to the socks and was. DM Rock say Marlo saying people disrespectful coming from her who disrespect, but we talking about in this moment, and ain't nobody more disrespectful than Kenya Moore. Sorry, I ain't seeing it. I don't see DT yet. He might not have seen it. You know, DT is all the way in New Zealand, so he might see it and come hang with us. Let's cross our fingers, but we don't know. Hey, Just Jules, JG, love you, sissy. Yep, Marlo doing the job. Production paid her well. Yes, they did, and she clearly doing it. And she got, you know what? Let me say this before I get all the way into this review. Marlo can be putting all that on Miss Sharon, the life coach. Marlo is only this calm because she know that production done told her what to do, what to say, and all she got to do is do like they tell her, and these nuts are going to keep exposing themselves. I'm not saying that Marlo cannot grow and become more under control. I'm just saying that growth seemed to be like on like Miracle Grow or something. Like, don't nobody grow that fast. Like, in my opinion. Nobody grows that fast. I feel like she's only that calm because she know production is who sent her after these people. I feel like that's why we seeing what we seeing. Yep, definitely. Judy says, love me some Marlo and how she is on Kandi. Yeah, honey, Kandi looking real danger right now. Yes, Tony, we talking about this season. Tell them again. Say it again like Pinky said. Say it again. Okay, I'm just saying. Yeah, Marlo definitely understands the assignment, and I feel like Kenya should be okay because Carlos King said that she was that girl. Whatever production needed her to do to move the show along or make something happen, be an antagonist or whatever, she did it. So I feel like she should be perfectly okay with Marlo doing her former job. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, you know, goose gander. Okay, goose gander. Period. So, one more thing. So listen. Y'all gonna have to get Drew Sidora, aka SpongeBob, aka I'm shrugging all the time, because she up there kicking and cackling because Kandi say Sharee is starting to look like Drew Sidora. Now we all talked about Sharee getting her nose touched again, and the children online was saying that Sharee kind of looked like Hazel E. I kind of saw that a little bit, you know, but Hazel E is ugly and Sharee ain't never been. But they could have went for like third cousins twice removed on their daddy's side. I could see it a little bit. You know, but Drew said they're talking about, yeah, say that. Say like, Drew, Sharee ain't never looked like you. Sharee could never look like you. Sharee is cute. She has a neck. And she works out. Her body looks fabulous. Ain't nobody never said Sharee was shaped like no cereal box. You over there looking like a real sad box of Circle K. A Special K. Whatever they call that cereal that don't nobody want to eat. So that was a lie. And then it's like, okay, Kandi up here talking about how somebody looked. The minute somebody mentioned something about how she looked, or like she was finna cry when Mama Joy said that Todd was giving George Jefferson, and I said amen. But now you talking about how somebody look. Then she sat up there going off on Sanya Richards Ross online, and all Sanya did was answer a question. And I'm like, okay, the lady didn't say nothing disrespectful. She talking about who she wanted to work with that she hadn't worked with. And Kandi up here throwing a fit because she didn't mention her name and said something about you, and then saying, you don't even know them people. You don't know them people. So what if she want to work with Phaedra? So what if she want to work with Nene? And she's like, oh, well, she answering as a fan. You don't know them people. So what? They asked her who she would want to work with. She didn't say who. They didn't ask her who she know, who she best friends with, who she have Sunday brunch with. I don't know. Y'all need to get y'all fave, child. Y'all need to get y'all fave. I don't know. But it's giving something, but it ain't giving the right recipe because Kandi knows she can't stand no dragging about no looks. I just want her to tread carefully. Okay? Just tread very, very carefully. Dana Cutler say Drew looked like her eyes running from her brain, chromosome missing. That's what I said. Oh wow. Well, all right. Southern Charm say Kandi looked like the head woman in Lockup, and she always looked like her eyes is fighting not to be copped. I don't know what that is. And then when she go to fake crying and doing that Billy Goat, they really be fighting not to be copped. Trina Taylor say, I'm so happy Sharee, Sanya, and Courtney came to Marlo defense. Yeah, somebody had to be rational and normal because they just giving weird, and everybody ain't supposed to help you gang up on nobody. Like, get over it. Ashley say, just put my daddy to bed so I can come with my sisters and aunties. I know that's right, boo. You say Trout Mouth need to shut up. See, don't say too much. She gonna start crying. There go my sis Renee. Hey, boo, you working tonight or you off? Miss Nisa say Kandi smile like the Joker. Child, that's y'all friend. Say Sanya is boring to me and so is Kandi. See how that works? Trina say Kandi never been camera friendly ever in her life. In her life, God. Hey, and again, say Kandi look like the Joker. Lord have mercy. Y'all in this Joker business. That's right. Tell them, baby. Please like the video. Y'all rough with this the Joker. The Joker. I wasn't gonna give it to her, but her eyes just be, looking like they struggling. Like all their life they had to fight. Couture Bay say Sheree was being a grown woman and she was wearing that charcoal Gucci blazer. She was wearing it, even if Marlo say she did look like she was going for deposition. I know that's right, Renee. I can't say it, but I'm gonna leave it up there long enough for everybody to read it. Hey, sweet diva. Shannon say she said the Gucci handyman child said something about the heifer looked like she was finna go bowling. You off? I know that's right. Now we finna have some fun. Boy, listen. If y'all get mad at me, write me a note and pass it to me like we in church. Don't y'all get on the internet and drag me like this. Her mouth extend. Ooh, yeah, y'all pass me a note if I make you mad. Give me a chance to apologize first. You can't take Kandi. Ooh, Jesus. Why, Lord? You quote, oh God, you tell it Lala, you quoted her. I'm about to say, I ain't called nobody no Jezebel. Now that's a heavy, heavy insult. DM Rock say, off topic, I learned something interesting about New Jersey. Tell us about it as soon as we finish this review, because I've been following them closely too. And I did find out that the man that looked like his teeth missing, I don't know if they really are missing that Fuda man, that his real name is John D. Atria. He got a arrest record, and he was doing dope with his crackhead baby mama. And now he talking about her on TV. But that's for a whole nother day. Now, let's get back over here to the black folks and talk about what's happening over here. So what I saw starting off this episode was Drew sitting up talking with somebody named Rage. I think that was his name, the clear man, about a music video, talking about they're going to do a roller skating rink scene, whatever. The man said if Ralph ain't got his abs together, that they might need to recast Ralph, and she worried about, yes, child, the squats, not shots. That's what Sheree be saying. That's her motto, honey. Squats, not shots. Southern Charm say Kandi Gucci look like she'll do your oil change and tune-up. Yeah, well, And again, say Kenya knows she don't want another child. I don't know nothing about what that lady wants. Y'all so mean. God dang. Okay, wait till we get there before y'all roast her about this baby. Okay? Please, before y'all roast this lady, you say Kenya and Kandi at 12 because no way. Yes, yes, yes. So, she started talking about that she investing her money to do this video, and she worried about how Raph gonna feel being pushed out. But I found it funny that the man was saying that, if his abs ain't together, and I'm just sitting here like, ooh wee. I ain't know how she was gonna go back and try to clean that up, or if it was some cleaning to be done. Boy, y'all ain't got no love for Kenya. Dang, boy, it's rough over here. The life will say Candace Gucci like it came from the fleet. Ooh, ooh. Okay, so that was that scene. Then we got to Sanya. I think it's Sanya. I don't want to say that lady name wrong. Sanya and Sharee went to the cryotherapy. I want to try that, y'all. Because the lady said that it's good for inflammation. And I be having the author. I got a little author. I'm not a kid. I be getting author. So I feel like, I might want to try that little bursitis, a little touch of gout. I want to try some cryotherapy. They say it's good for inflammation, metabolism, and mental clarity. I be forgetting stuff. That's why I got all these notebooks. So I feel like, that might be something that I might need to look into doing. It looks pretty cool, pun intended, to me. So Sharee was all excited that she got mentioned by Rihanna, and she said it was nice to have somebody say something positive, and then talked about Kandi saying negative stuff about her brand, and then production was more than happy to roll that beautiful bean footage. What it was to show Kandi, kind of doing a little dragging. Hey, Deborah Randall, the second Deb has entered the chat. Okay. Yes, Ralph does have more belly than abs. Yes. They wouldn't. They wouldn't let her talk. That's true. Y'all all over this episode. You want to try the cryotherapy too? I do too. Lord, Renee says she looked at the cryotherapy and got stiff. Girl, but that thing is supposed to, it's just like the ice baths, for athletes. It's supposed to actually, promote the healing. Is good for the skin. The elasticity is good for inflammation and all that. And it's supposed to increase the blood flow. I guess when you get out of the cold and warm back up, it should be like an increase in circulation. It sounds like a good idea. Sis, it might be good. Like, give it a chance. You been in that exact place where they was at. Okay. Couture say it's good too. Okay. Nisa say it's very good. Okay, all right. Because I'm sure thinking about it, I'm like, that look like something I might need to do. You know what I'm saying? Even say Candace very negative for someone who don't want nobody to say nothing negative, nothing about her business and brands. Right. She real negative about people brands, people families, people looks. And I'm like, girl, the looks is the last thing you ever need to mention in your life. Nikki Taylor, hey boo. Renee say I never could do the ice baths. Oh no, it was too painful. I understand it. I get it. Okay, so they did that, and that you like I say, production was more than happy to roll that beautiful bean footage, honey. It wasn't a good look for Kandi. That's all I'm gonna say. Clips of her being negative. So they did the freezing booth, both of them. Sharee crazy tale talking about she was twerking in there. I'm like, Sharee, you can't twerk. You look nice, but you're stiff, mama. So they got up out of there, went to the little heating massage chairs and had their foots up and relaxing and warming back up. I would say a cool down, but that was the last thing that they needed was more cool. So I think they went in there to warm up and all that before they went back out into the world. Okay. Sanya say Ross business been popping over there in Austin. That's good. I love to hear about black folks making plenty of money, but they're not moving back to Austin. Then they went to talking about the whole beat the bomb situation. Okay. Hold on. The beat the bomb situation and how everybody just jumped up and left because Kandi left. And now I don't know why they saying everybody. Because everybody didn't leave. Drew and Kenya got up and ran. That's what happened. Drew, Kenya, and the Manetta girl, but it's like, who cares if she there? Like, we didn't see her this whole episode, and I'm only just now remembering that we didn't see her. Like, don't nobody care? No, like literally nobody cares that she's not around. I don't know why nobody would call Sharee Mr. Sharee. That's somebody being real funny because Sharee looks like a lady. Southern Charm say Ross might have a whole other woman in Austin. Do you do realize your man can work in the same city with you and have another woman in the same apartment building? Don't put nothing past the man, and don't think because they out the city that those the ones you better watch. You better watch all of them. Now that's all I'm gonna tell you. That's my PSA for the night. Okay, I've known men with no job at all that still managed to be hoe hopping. So, take it for what it's worth. So then they said that they talked about everything, and Sharee saying looked like the group split, and that she wanted to have a hope we Gucci party, and Sanya sitting there, she was like, I feel like Drew and Kenya boosted up that message that she said. I think she said added hot sauce to it before they took it to Kandi, and that's the nice way of saying it. When in reality, they didn't add no hot sauce or nothing. They just lied. They added some lies. That's what they did. And then they boosted Kandi up to act like a fool with some lies. Like, that's legit what happened. And Kandi ain't need much boosting because she's a bit of a nasty piece anyway. So then they move on to this scene with Marlo and Courtney. And oh shoot, y'all right there with me, huh? Okay, y'all know I ain't lying. Girl, please. Girl, please. Y'all remember what his name? Ray Charles was blind and was still finding a way to trick. So don't put nothing past no man. Don't you put nothing past no man. Don't play crazy. Don't do it. Y'all bothering Kandi about all them plates she ordered. Child. Just you say, listen, if your man's sitting right next to you, you still need to watch him. Yes, she is. That she is. I can't argue the point. Yep, y'all please make sure you hit the like button. So Marlo and Courtney out. Now listen, I got to pick on the little waiter a little bit. I got to. So he came to the table and he seemed like he was just as nice, little young fella, little sweet self. He seemed just as sweet as he could be, and I'm not being funny. He seemed like a very nice young man. You could tell that he got good manners and all of that, and a real friendly smile and everything. But why did that baby bring that dish to the table? And instead of saying amuse bouche, that baby said a moose boost. I said, what you say, son? He said, this is the moose boost, and we bring them out for everybody complimentary. I say the moose boost, Lord, whew. Listen, my face got hot. I was nervous and trembling. I didn't understand why that young fella did that about the moose boost. I said, Lord, not the moose boost, Lord, not the moose boost. I was not ready, and I kept trying to run it back in my head. I had kept trying to run it back. Maybe he didn't say moose boost. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he meant a moose boosh. I don't know. And that really shouldn't have got me, but it got me. It did. Lord Nisa, you say he had to be nervous. He took me out. That little fella took me out. Yes, downtown, the moose boots. It was cute though. It was cute. It kind of it ran me a little warm, but it was cute. Say, po baby, them ladies got him nervous. Yeah, I think they did. He saw all them cameras and stuff. He came out there. He put on his best smile. I say, oh, look at the baby. Hey, Kalila. And then the baby said the moose boost. It was cute though. It was a cute little moment. What now? I'm gonna tell y'all what was even cuter. Okay. What was even cuter, and I'm not picking on Marlo, but it was even cuter than Marlo didn't know no better. She ain't know no better, and she ain't know the difference. And I don't know, it was something about that whole scene, the way everything went. I'm sorry for even mentioning this, but it was funny to me. The baby was clearly, rattled and told us about some moose boots. And Marlo didn't know the difference. And that's what was funny. Okay. Deborah, you said you might watch the replay just for that. Yes, girl. Watch the replay for the moose boots. Because I was done. Okay. I was so done. So anyway, then she went to telling the girl, oh Lord, it's Queena. Hey Queena. How you doing? Working and listening. All right. And she said that her manager slash friends Ty and Justin finna hook her up with somebody. I guess this is when we finna meet that chef. So now we getting a clearer story because what they were trying to put into, and this is to me, y'all, this goes to the fact that you could tell that certain people were trying to frame a narrative before the season even started. Because they tried to put it out like, oh, she started hollering at somebody, pretending like she had a boyfriend. And that's not what it's really giving now that we see it play out. What we're actually seeing is, in my humble opinion, they hooked her up with somebody, and that's the man that she hooked up with or whatever, the little chef dude. And she said she didn't even know the man, that they was just introducing her to somebody. So it sounds like it was a bit of a blind date. And on the coming attractions, look like she nervous about the blind date. She looks extremely nervous about the blind date. And I could see that if she ain't really dated in a while, once you get grown, and you got your own bread, you ain't out there dating like that. By the time she start back dating, I could see her being a little rusty, a little nervous, especially since we know, how men do. And so she don't know what she could be walking into. I could see all of the reasons why she could be nervous. Miss Nisi say, right, Couture Bay, she don't want no one calling her all them bees. Yeah, it was a lot of bees at that table, but the person talking is real ghetto, so take that with a grain of salt. Bianca, okay, it's just greeting everybody. Okay, cool. So anyway, that happened, and then she wanted to thank Courtney for helping her, and was just like, and I can already see the strange people that support Candy's nonsense taking to Instagram and Twitter to be like, oh, Candy and them didn't have to do nothing for you. And I want to be very clear. I don't think that's what Marlo was saying to Courtney at all. I think it was just like, all they do is try to drag me for something 20 years ago. And I appreciate you because I just met you and you immediately introduced me to somebody. Like you took action. I appreciate that. I see what she's saying about feeling like she need a firearm in her house because them people kicked in her door. And if she'd have had the boom clack, it could have went different. It could have went real wrong too, because she could have felt like Rambo or Dirty Harry and went running out there, trying to have a shootout, when really the smartest thing she could have did was went to her panic room and called them people. Definitely keep your eye on the door, hide the babies in case they break into the panic room. But sometimes I kind of wonder if people having a firearm actually put them in a little bit more danger if you really not that person and you skittish around that, and then you get to thinking that it gives you more power or protection than you really have, that false sense of security. Like, I don't know. I feel like the home invasion that happened to her was real bad, but it could have been worse. You get what I'm saying? If she had hesitated for a brief second before running to that panic room with them children, you know what I'm saying? Like if she had a firearm there and she hesitated, like, let me get my piece, it could have went wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like it could have been some life loss. Now, if it had been, the invaders losing their life, I'm perfectly okay with that. Let's be clear. But I wouldn't have wanted that to happen to her, them children, when really the best move would be run to the room. And but then again, I don't know how much trauma she experienced with that. Some people ain't never been robbed, so they don't know what it feels like. As somebody who has been robbed before, it can be a little traumatic. You could end up playing a lot of stuff back in your head, like I could have did this or I could have did that. And I think that that's what's going on and why she feels like she needs to have, that click, clack, boom. Okay. So anyway, that was a conversation. Courtney was, while they were talking about everything, and she apologized for, the blow up at the incident, which in my opinion, she didn't really cause it, but I appreciate her apologizing because you were a part of it. Definitely a part of it. The way she walked away tonight, she could have walked away last week too. But I also appreciate that she did apologize to that girl for messing up her event. Courtney asked the question, the $1 million question, which is, why not mention? Let me see what Southern Charm say. Hold on. What's the new struggle every week? Now I'm confused. You must be a Kandi fan because this ain't making no sense. This is very old. Actually, they've been mentioning that 23-year-old felony ever since this lady got on the show. So what was the new struggle? I'm just wondering. And the home invasion happened way last year, and everybody talked about it, including Kenya, who tried to make it her fault that the police told her, don't say too much because they were still investigating. So I'm trying to figure out what's the new struggle. Renee say, if you have or get a pow, please know how to use it. Yes, and safety. The little safety courses are very important. And also to have in your mind, avoid use of the pow. Don't run to use the pow. If you have a safe room, get into it. If you have an opportunity to walk away, do it. If you know you need to call the police, call them. You know what I'm saying? Don't go put yourself out there like Wyatt Earp. Because you ain't just popping, them people pop back. So you need to just be very careful. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Hey, Tip. That's all right. You ain't too late. We just getting going. But Courtney had asked the $1 million question, which was, why you didn't say nothing back then? Which I could see that, and I'm glad she asked the question. I kind of understood where Marlo was coming from. I personally feel like Marlo wanted to be friends with Kandi, so even though she felt some type of way, you pretended like you didn't. And so now here we are. Everything is popped right back up, and you still mad when you could have said something then. I don't know. But I said from the beginning, from the time that she blew up at Drew for being phony, I just felt like this girl holding this grudge, and it was something she never addressed. And y'all know I said it over here. She probably didn't even know she was still holding the grudge, but she clearly was still holding the grudge because that was, And then she had pointed out that she thought that if Kandi had reached out, they probably would have been closer. That's not who Kandi is, and I feel like she needs to get over it. I still don't see Marlo as a perpetual victim. The only person I see transforming themselves into a victim every 2 seconds is Kandi, the Billy Goat. But maybe we watching two different shows, girl. I don't know. But she did say that she cannot keep kissing behind. I don't blame her. And then she said, when somebody as ignorant as Cooter Brown, and I thought that was a funny moment. And I appreciate Courtney for asking her, like, is Cooter Brown ignorant? Because everybody's been telling me Cooter was drunk. Not Marlo saying he ignorant, but she did ask, do it sound right? It was a moment. Then we had the Sanya and Kandi moment that y'all was just dragging this lady for in the chat, talking about how many plates of food she ordered. Now, y'all really, y'all not gonna let this lady live. I don't even like Kandi, and I'm sitting here like, ooh. I wish production had cut out some of them plates of food so y'all wouldn't have nothing to talk about. People like to eat sometimes. People like to eat. Everybody ain't on the diet all the time. Okay? Now, but y'all don't like her, and I guess y'all don't like her more than I don't like her. Antoinette say all Kandi had to do was listen instead of screaming about Marlo trying to make her look bad. Exactly. Reminds me of the Phaedra comments. Exactly. Yes, Kandi will write a play to make money off it. More than likely. I think she need to stick to remakes. Yeah, we've all heard about Cooter, but over the years, I ain't never heard nobody call him ignorant. Marlo was out there on a limb by herself with that one. Say she always eating. Well, some of us be eating too. Kandi was grazing like goats do. Gee whiz. Gee willikers. So Kandi need her food hangry. Well, she be hangry even when she full. So I don't know. But anyway, so they went to talking about everything, and she told them about the movie with Todd, that he wrote this, and she was talking about the opening for the piano lesson, the remake of the piano lesson and everything. And I say, that's nice. And, part of me, that's what I want to hear about, honestly. I want to hear about the shows, the trouble with the shows, who showed up, who didn't, who acting crazy on set. What happened with the financing? Like, what happened to the show that y'all had to shut down? The show that y'all got going now, what's going on with that? Can we see some of the scenes from the nasty movie that Todd wrote? Like, I want to see some of that because I'm real tired of, 8 years of y'all trying to make it work and 8 years of you trying to get Mama Joyce to like him. Like, we're over it. Jasmine said, I like how Sanya is back in Marlo. I like it too, because to me, it actually comes across more as trying to be level-headed and thinking for herself than really backing Marlo. Because I don't really see her saying Marlo's right. I stand with Marlo. I just see her saying, like, okay, I see what she's saying, and then trying to explain. Miss Peaches say, them repeated bad health inspections, then shooting for the bad customer service, the shootings and the bad customer service at the restaurants already speak for her brand. The brand is already trash. Well, yeah, I can't argue with that. Kalila say Kandi want people to be happy for her, but when it comes to others, she shades them and they every chance she get, Kalila, every chance she get. Say Sanya look better. She does look better this season. She does. She a little stiff for me, but I think that's just the athlete in her. She just in such good shape. I think she just, wound up a little tight, but she looks good. She really does. She didn't look bad last time, contrary to popular belief. I didn't mind her being slender and athletic. I think it looks great on her, actually. I just wish she wore better clothes, and her Gucci suit was actually cute on her. Bustier included. Corset top included, I should say. And again, so every time they get together, they act like elementary kids. They do. They do. Antoinette said it was refreshing to see Sanya and Sharee having fun. It was, because we don't hardly get fun scenes no more. No, the scenes are just saying something nasty about somebody, arguing, lying on somebody, and then rinse and repeat. So it was cool to see that. So then Kandi started in with, oh, I'm sick of your friends. I'm almost done with you and your homegirls because it seemed like you riding the fence. Just because somebody's friends with you, you don't get to dictate whether she's friends or friendly with other people. Kandi has control issues. You're real creepy, ma'am. And I don't know if anybody's ever pointed this out to her, but Candy's a creep. What do you mean riding the fence? She has every right to be friends with both people. She does not have to pretend to dislike anybody. That's what Drew does. Because Drew want to be your friend so bad, she making faces and acting ignorant when that lady walks in the room to please you. And you're feeling some type of way because Sanya ain't finna bend over and kiss your behind. I feel like Sanya got a little crazy switch in the back of her neck, and I think I saw it this episode, and I'm gonna tell y'all exactly when it was when we get to it. But put a pin in that. I seen a little crazy switch on Sanya. Y'all need to watch her. Yes, Nene did see through Kandi at the door. So did I. I never liked her from the first episode she was on. Just Jules says Sanya and Marlo looked the best. They absolutely did. They did. Lord, Miss Nisi, you say you gave a bad review to the OLG. What they did? The service and the food? Have mercy. Hey, in the case. Yes, girl. Yes. Hey, Tammy. Yes, she has. Yes, she has, girl. You ain't lying, Tammy. You ain't lying. So then she was like, you riding the fence, and she did do that to Phaedra when it came to Nene. Like, you can't force nobody not to be friends with nobody. Like, girl, you don't control people. And what are you, in 9th grade? Are you a freshman? If you're my friend, you can't be their friend, girl. You might be the size of a 12-year-old or the height of a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old, but you are full grown, man, with a grown child. Delightful say Kandi was very elementary, like Sanya can't have other friends. I'm glad Sanya told her that she's friends with Marlo. Exactly. I am too. Kandi always wants yes friends around her. Yeah, weirdo. Weird, controlling little creepo. Katrina say there's no way I would eat at Candy's restaurant, not from what I've seen on TV. It looked nasty. And to pay the part just to get salmonella. Girl, and don't forget you're going to pay for your ice. When I saw she was charging for ice, I was done. Antoinette said Kandi been calling the shots for several seasons. Kenya thought she was running things and found out otherwise. Child, please. And I think that, them couple seasons she was able to get her dirt done. It went to her head, and this thing is I feel like she's self-destructing now that she ain't really got control. And I think she can see that production is not being her friend no more. I don't know what happened with Eric or whatever. Maybe she didn't get Eric under her wing. Maybe she rubbed Eric the wrong way. Because Eric is like, girl, please, we showing all your dirt. Kalila say that's why Kandi keep Don Juan and Carmen close because they kiss her behind. Misspell your cuss words, baby. I wonder if Don Juan has a life of his own. Child, I doubt it. Kandi's selfish. I wish people would see it. Child, some people can't see it because I think some people just like her. They act just like her. Kandi get on my nerves. She always, girl, me too. I could never see it for her. Sanya, watch what happens. Like, oh, she got a nice outfit on too, and her hair done. Okay, go on, Sanya. Yes, girl, you running that restaurant in the ground. Trina said that's why she was really mad with Portia because Phaedra and Portia was close. That's exactly why she was mad. On top of that girl looking 10 times better than her. Just Jules say, did you say pay for ice? Yes, she was charging for ice in them drinks. I think I saw $4.50 on them people restaurant for ice. Mind you, if it's ice in the drink, you getting less alcohol. So the fact that you getting ice, why on earth are you charging them for the ice in the drinks? Girl, I'm serious. Go on, do the cry. Kiki said, I don't know why Kandi get mad. Sanya taking up for Marlo when Marietta take up for Kandi every chance she get. Because she want everybody only taking up for her. That's right. Y'all, please misspell them. I don't mind you cussing. Just spell it wrong. Spell it like the Moose Boots young man. Change some letters. You know what? That's the word for the night, Moose Boots. When something is ridiculous, y'all just put Moose Boots in the chat, okay? No, you fine, Kalila. This is not Sunday school. I might not cuss or whatever while we here, anything like that, but y'all are welcome to cuss. Just spell it wrong. She was definitely jealous of Nene. She wanted to be in that position, and her and her weird fans kept trying to flip it. Oh, Nene jealous of her. Girl, why in the hell would anybody be jealous of Kandi? Nobody. Even with all the money she got, ain't nobody jealous of her. Not a soul. But anyway, so they went through that, and she was like, I want to be friends with everybody. And then Kandi started that, she turned to a transformer. More than meets the eye. She transformed herself into the victim. You downplay whatever Marlo does. I don't see that. She just not hyping it up for you. She was like, and then she started, doing the Billy Goat cry because she know I lost my brother and I had to get over that. And I just looked at my phone. My sis say not the moose caboose. But anyway, anywho, it was funny because I'm sitting here like, so she gonna start this Billy Goating and bringing up her brother that got killed when she was 15. And I'm like, oh my God, what the hell do you mean? And Marlo knows how tough it is for me. And she know I don't express myself like that. I'm not that friend. I'm the inspirational friend. I'm the motivational friend. You the motivational friend, but you tried your best to drag Sharee's little sad brand into the ground. Now I can see us dragging Sharee with that because we fans. You pretending to be her friend, but you dragging her all at the same time. You the motivational friend. You the motivational friend. You sure? You sure? Because Drew over there acting like she could eat a link of your mess, and she got up there and sang them 7 or 8 notes with Candace from Potomac, Secret Squirrel, and the first thing you did was try to drag her because it wasn't long enough. Really? Really? You the motivational friend? For real? For real? Okay. So then she pulled that she the motivational friend and everything, and I didn't understand where she got that from, but that's what she came up with. That's what she came up with. And then while she was doing it, y'all, the Billy Goat showed up. What you got? Billy Goat is don't you joke, girl. Billy Goat is Y'all know I had to get that in one time after Kandi gave me the whole Billy Goats, the Billy and the Goat. I had to go ahead and play her theme song one good time. Yes. My friend just texted me and said, and the altos, child, the altos was altoing. The tenors was tenoring. The falsettos was falsettoing. Okay. Whose Billy Goat is this? Then she went on after she drug up the dead brother from when she was 15, did her Billy Goat, told her she was the motivational friend. And so Sanya's still trying to be. Mind you, this is why she's saying she not emotional, getting, Billy goating. And so Sanya is the one actually being level-headed while you explaining how you're not emotional, but clearly you're emotional. You get emotional every time you don't get your way and want to talk about headbutting people and fighting people and choking people and it's always people that she knows she can't whoop too. That's the part. That be the part. But now all of a sudden she not emotional. She don't express herself that way. And Sonya was like, being level headed, like, it's just the group is divided. And she's like, that's because we see through Marlo's stuff and y'all just want to keep playing with her. They're not playing with her. They don't have a problem with her. So, yeah, here we go yet again. The exact same thing that Lanithia Monique Lee accused them heifers of is exactly what they're trying to do. And they getting pissed off because it ain't working. You're not able to get everybody on board with the gang up on Marlo. It's not working. It's not, because people can see how ridiculously you're behaving. People can see that this lady really ain't doing nothing to you. They can also see that you still mad about her saying that your coochie was bad last season. Now let's just call it out. Okay, a lot of us have surmised that you and Kenya might have that problem because it's a real problem. People don't like to talk about it, but it's a real problem. Your stuff can be bad. It can. And she talked about the fact that you provide for them men's, and you really don't take care of your children, and you don't, because we heard this season your son crying, talking about he wanted you to do his homework with him, and you were out working. I'm not mad at you, sis, but the thing is the thing. And I feel like you still mad about what Marlo said about you last season, which, do I feel like she have a right to be upset? Kind of, sort of, but not really. Because we done heard you call this lady all type of hoes. You and Kenya. Y'all done call this lady all type of hoes. Kenya tried to make up a lame joke about a square card reader. I'm like, girl, that ain't even catchy. Like, what is you doing? Stop it. She tried a lot. Like, she went over and above the Call of Duty trying to insult this lady. And so by the time she actually rattled off at them about they hoish past, y'all both still mad when really you shouldn't be mad. You shouldn't be mad. Not all the dirt y'all done talked about this lady. And like Marlo rightfully pointed out, they can't point to one person she slept with, and both of them could literally set up a nice little convention for all the people that's known about. Fathers and sons included, married folks included. Okay, right, Southern Charm Todd, the one called the country. Marlo just the one told it. Period. Now that's just what it is. Couture Bay says she talking about looks when she got the lowest self-esteem. Facts. It's a mess. It's a mess. So anyway, they went through that, and you could just see her, seething, because she wanted to make them, have a problem with Marlo when they don't. If y'all got a problem with Marlo, y'all got a problem with Marlo. The other ladies just wanted y'all to be cordial because it's exhausting to have events and y'all show up and behave like y'all did at Sharee's Gucci brunch. Okay. So Sanya asked about Sharee's brunch invite. Kandi still being ghetto. I feel like T.I., if you see me in the street, shout it, you don't know me. Like, oh my God. Like, girl, there was nothing else you needed to do to prove you was ghetto. We get it. Like, you win. We know. We know. Okay. Drew had the little dancing class where she learning the choreography. She's still very much giving generic Disney kid. I don't even know where they find the Disney kids at. Shout out to the Disney kids, Anyway, she said Ralph wasn't happy because he wasn't gonna be the lead in the video. Asked if it had, and I think they showed a clip of him saying, "Do it have to be anybody? If he can't do it." Then Ralph said the man just ain't seen his body yet, like his body is banging or something. I'm just like, no, Ralph. I could tell before he took his shirt off, that was finna be a mistake. Fifi ASP, thank you for the super chat, sis. She said, to be honest, it's giving Kenya and Kandi are mad they never had anybody to pay for their purses, if you know what I mean. Exactly. I know precisely what you mean, sis. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. You and Brian done put a smile on my face tonight. Southern Charm say Drew lost some pounds, though. She did. She did. She did look less boxy. And she did look less like she was shrugging her shoulders. And I could see more of her neck tonight. Yeah. Yeah, that was lame. That was lame. Y'all crazy in this chat. Girl, you good. I peeped. I knew you was behind a little bit. So anyway, they got through that whole thing. The dancing thing, Ralph shows up. And they let him know that the other dude was overbooked and he can't show up. You want to be the runner up. And so he was acting like he was insulted. But, sir, you had no right to be at the... And he acted like he was scared to tell you, about right now, I would have did some push-ups first. Them push-ups was not going to get rid of them love handles on your sides. He had creases in his sides. I say, not the love handles. Ralph say he got more cushion for the pushing. And that belly was a little soft, like you just want to walk up and just smack it. Yes. It looked like you'd have been, it looked like it would have made it sound like somebody slapping a brisket. I say, ooh, not the belly. Southern Charm, thank you for the super chat. She said, appreciate you, sis. Thanks for the laughs. I appreciate you. Thank you, Fifi and Brian, for supporting the stream tonight. I appreciate the support. Man, I don't get to see it a lot. I appreciate that. For real, for real. So he finally got that shirt off. And baby, after I seen that belly, that belly, and I saw them love handles. I say now, Ralph, you ain't had no children. What's going on? You're not Pillsbury Doughboy Southern Charm. Really? Lord have mercy. DS say, hey, push-ups, sit-ups were a couple of years too late. Nah, men get in shape fast. Now, if he had known maybe 2-3 weeks in advance, he could have changed a lot of that just by drinking water, doing his cardio. Child, men carve up real quick. I can't stand them for that. Like every man you see, you just want to trip them and make them bust their chin, because for women, it ain't that simple. That's right, Southern Charm. We appreciate you over here. Nikkei say we need Nene and Portia back. I guess you mean ASAP. I want this show to be over. I don't want nobody to save them people. I do not want nobody to save them people. Don't save them. They don't want to be saved because they was too busy trying to coordinate attacks on the people that kept them on the show. Now the people is gone. The people that kept the show moving is gone. So now let's see what you do. Lord, y'all a mess. Kiki say that drop it with Drew ain't working on Ralph. Well, Sheree said it was flop it with Drew, and now his belly flopping. So maybe he did. Maybe it did. Then Drew did that little sad, stiff dance over there and went to straddling him and whatever, talking about we might have 99 problems, but chemistry ain't one. Use a line 7 sex. So you know what? Y'all ain't got no chemistry. Y'all is like a little kid in night school. Like a 21-year-old in night school doing freshman year. Ain't no chemistry. There's no chemistry class. Ain't no chemistry set. There's no chemistry. That's why a lot of us find it hard to believe that y'all was even still a couple when you got on the show. Y'all ain't never had no chemistry. Let me say it again. Y'all ain't never had no chemistry. Not from the minute y'all set foot on here, lying about he went to Tampa for 3 days, and you ain't know where he was, and you was perfectly okay. Girl, ain't no Drew. No, Drew. It's the line for me. You say it need a reboot. If they reboot it, I hope they doing better than they doing with New York, because that looks horrible. That looked like something, I don't know what to call it. It's like a VPR maybe, or I don't know. I don't even know if we can call it a VPR. Them some young looking people. They don't look established. It could be like a love and hip hop situation or a Bad Girls Club vibe. I don't know what that is, but I know I will not be watching. There you go, sis. 7 sacks of that right there. Talking about chemistry ain't never been a problem. You right. I guess it ain't a problem if it ain't never been there. You say more like a time bomb about to explode. Not the tick tick boom. Yeah, I want this show to go away from me too. So that's why they getting a divorce. I believe that, but I honestly, Annie, I feel like their marriage was done when she first got on this show. I think they both agreed to play it out so she could hold this spot on this show. Kandi is very disgusting. I don't know how anybody can be over here standing for her. Because that lady right there, no ma'am. Say Child Ralph got chemistry with that person he was in Florida with. You believe he was even in Florida, Trina? Because I don't. I believe he was down the street. So Tony said, I wonder, do Drew ever say anything truthful? I wonder too, Tony. Who can we call? Who can we ask if Drew has ever told the truth in her life? That might be what keep drawing her neck down into her shoulders. I don't know. Maybe she just got bad posture. Because something about the fact that her head off, she always looked like head and shoulders. I don't know. It may be the lies that's doing it. But that was interesting. So then we had Kenya at the OBGYN office. Now, y'all, I'm not saying that was a wig that Kenya was wearing. I'm not going to say it was a wig. I took a picture of it, but I ain't going to say it was a wig. I'm not going to say it was a wig. It looked like a wig. It was giving wig. Matter of fact, I'm going to just send it and I'm going to pull it up on the screen after we finish because I'm going to let y'all, kind of figure this one out. Because to me, it's giving wig. It's giving wig. The doctor was real cute, It's nice for them to share these parts of their lives. It's far more interesting than this fake divorce that never, for a marriage that never happened. However, this is what it was. So she went to talk about she having hot flashes and cold chills. And, some of us ladies of a certain age, we understand all about that. That's what happens when we are menopausal. Okay, Kenya's in her 50s, I believe. Let me Google this heifer's age. Because she bad as Drew. She'll lie in a minute, too. Let's see how old Kenya is. Because I believe Kenya's in her 50s. How old is this heifer? 52. 52. Okay, and it's showing up on her, too. I don't mean no harm, but it is. It's not good, but her age is starting to show. Okay, the age is starting to show just a smidgen. I'm not knocking her, but just a smidge. Yeah, that's what I just looked at. She 52. You ain't having no baby. But, maybe she want to, believe that, or I don't know whether she was seriously asking that woman that or whether she thought it sounded good for a storyline. But I'm like, baby, you're menopausal. Hot flashes, cold chills, talking about my sex drive through the roof. I think I got some help from my new friend and showing that same picture with that clear dude. And I'm just like, you ain't got now another picture with this man, but you trying to parade him around like that's your boyfriend or your love interest. Girl, bye. You say Drew is a turtle with a wig. I'm through. I'm done. Nisa said, I'm going through mental right now. Girl, me too. It's horrible. Southern Charm say, why she call him Mark? He don't care about none of that at all. Because according to her, it was a contract. Now, that's what sis was talking about earlier. Okay? Our sis Quiet Storm was talking about that earlier, about her mentioning that there was a contract. In the contract, it was spelled out. Renee say she'll say it was a wig. Said that it was spelled out, that it was a contract, and that in the contract that she would get the embryos. And the lady asked her, like, why would you want to have a baby with this man and y'all going through a divorce, y'all not even together? And she said, I don't know anybody who would want to have multiple children with multiple daddies. Good point. Nobody would really want to. I know some ladies end up in that position, because life can happen. However, I don't know about having babies with a man that, you had a contract with, and apparently y'all having some type of contract dispute that's lasting for 2, 3, 4 years when y'all was married for 5 minutes. Shannon said her sex drive is up because that doctor prescribed some pills, right? That stuff to fix your hormones. It's got her engine revving. That's all. Kiki Q say, but why she want another baby with this man? They've been divorced before. Girl, that's what the doctor asked. The doctor said, how come? Right downtown, everybody reaching. Everybody reaching. Say, nope, don't want neither Nene or Portia to try to save this sinking show. True, true. Mark want his contract money. Simple. Cause I know the ladies who personally went and dug up the information and proved that she paid $90,000 in his taxes before he would go and make his donation so they could get them embryos. So me myself personally, if that part was part of the package, then what else did you promise to pay this man is what I want to know. I just want to know. You too old. Yeah, Fifi is miserable, ain't it? Say Kenya can't stand Mark, but she want another baby with him. Weird. You really believe she can't stand that man? I think Kenya was hoping it would turn into something, and it didn't. Kenya do wear most of the wigs, but now let me say this. I'm gonna say this. I feel as though Kenya wore her hair more until she started making them hair care products, and all of a sudden she started wearing Kenya more hair care. And she started selling that stuff, and next thing you know, she had wigs on every day. I wouldn't put that stuff in my head because it looked like it done took hers out. Hey, Queen Me, she did sound foolish as hell. Like, girl, listen, don't fool yourself, okay? Child, Key need to sit down somewhere. The last time she was pregnant, her feet looked like double inflated clown shoes. Yeah. And she was taught, oh, that part was real sad to hear. She said that she was depressed the whole pregnancy because she kept being scared she was going to lose that baby. So apparently she even had a very difficult time getting pregnant at all. Because she was old by the time she did that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she still owe that man some money, and you want to keep using them eggs without paying that man. He ought to fight you for him. Pay a man his money, let him go, Kenya. Shannon say she really want another kid. Go ahead, adopt one. Yeah, she did say she thought about adoption and she thought about a surrogate or whatever. But my friend talking about Kenya running around in a virgin jacket in them virgin jacket helmets. But say she thought about a surrogate, but she don't know how she'll feel about that. And I'm like, what do you mean how you would feel about it? If it's still your egg and his embryo and his genetic material, the nice way to put it, then what should it matter? You still getting the baby you want, right? Yes, you that old looking for a baby. Maybe she thinks she's Sarah from the Bible, child. I don't know. Miss Nisa say, Kenya want Mark. He don't want to be bothered with her. Right? Now, that part to me seemed clear when he was on that season. I don't know. I think Kenya may have breached the contract. I honestly don't know what he's like really trying to get out of his contract. I wish he would go public and just tell us all what was in the contract, because I was glad the night she finally confirmed there was indeed a contract. Couture Bay say, now I believe that's why she don't want to sign that paperwork. Because she don't want to have to pay the man the rest of that money. First of all, to pay $90,000 in back taxes for him in order for him to do something for you is crazy. That should have been the whole price. Hey, mood makers. See, I was thinking she was asking for the future if she get a new man, but child, Mark, yes. Now, you know what, mood makers? Let me say this, sissy. I feel like somebody lying. Oh, yeah. One more lie. It's time to sing one more lie. One more lie. Oh, one more lie. Didn't we not hear Kenya when Nene was on the last season talking about she had one egg and this was the one egg and it worked and now she got Brooklyn? So how you got them other embryos, Kenya? Where them other eggs came from? See, this is given that Nene told the truth about them goddamn eggs, that you went and got somebody else's eggs, because Kenya, you claim that you had one viable egg, if I remember correctly. Now, y'all put a one in the chat if y'all remember that story going a little something like that. What's a hokum? Kenya want some attention? Well, in her bid for attention, I feel like she done told all her business, because you said you had one egg. Now you saying you got multiple embryos, meaning that these are fertilized eggs. Where did the eggs come from? But Shanna, she claiming she got embryos, so somebody's eggs were fertilized. She claimed she had one. They got mad because Nene mentioned the gossip that was going around, which I heard too, that she borrowed eggs from her cousin. I done borrowed some eggs from family, but not them kind. Little brown egg, little yard egg. I ain't never, borrowed them kind of eggs. Just Jules say another brown and black kid out there needing loving homes. Yeah, it's a bunch of them out there in foster care at the orphanage. We ain't got that many. I don't think we got orphanages no more, but definitely in foster homes and all that stuff that needs some, love and a home. Kenya Sterling almost died giving birth, and I want to do it again. Right. And this was the other thing, the fact that she said, I didn't even think about that part. Girl, you almost died and you didn't even think about it. You sound silly with that bad acting. Girl, that's what I said. DS, y'all remember that storyline about her having the one egg and little Brooklyn was the one egg that got fertilized and they implanted it and it took right away. And now all of a sudden we hearing this story about how it was so hard for her to get pregnant and you got extra embryos. But ma'am, you said you had one egg. How for you got other embryos left? Who eggs was fertilized to make them embryos? Why would you have a problem with a surrogate when it looking like more and more, them eggs wasn't even yours? So what do it matter if another woman told it? Or is it that you don't want you say she need a hot comb? Now that's true, because you gotta blend. Because I guess she really wouldn't feel no connection to the child because the egg ain't hers. The man that contributed the genetic material ain't hers. And then if it ain't her belly, then it's the same as adopting a child. She may as well just adopt one. Honestly, I get what she's saying. She want to feel connected. Brooklyn don't look a cotton picking thing like Kenya, and y'all know it. My friends say a hot rake. Have mercy. Have mercy. But that's not all, y'all. That's not all. I want to know where them eggs came from. Where did the eggs come from? Whose eggs are they? Why did y'all sit up there and try to pretend like Nene was lying on you or being mean to you when y'all know good and hell well she wasn't lying? Now you got all these extra eggs after you claimed you didn't have one. Right. Y'all see how the Lord be revealing people? Yep, now people are now believing Nene. Yeah. These people done told so many lies and just got away with it. My sister on the phone talking about she thinks she was carrying the eggs in the moose caboose. Not in the moose boots. So that's why I said that belly wasn't real. No, she was pregnant. Her whole body was swollen. No, ma'am. That whole body was swollen. It wasn't just her belly, her nose, her face, her throat, her feet. She was definitely pregnant. Unless she was carrying a buffalo like Nene asked, was she? I'm just saying. Shannon said when she pulled that tissue out that Ziploc bag, I was waiting for her to fold it like Candace. Girl, we better not have not another sister folding no goddamn Kleenex. I feel like Candace has put us through a lot. Candace done put us through a lot with them folded Kleenexes. I can't go through that. Thank you. Nene might be many things, but a lie ain't one. Yep, the stuff she say always check out. She be giving it to y'all real. People I've noticed that black folks don't like real people. They claim everybody want to keep it real or we love real people till you run into a real person and everybody go to crying. They mean, they arrogant, they this, they that. No, they just being real. Don Diva, hey y'all, say that's why that baby don't look nothing like her. And the connection, in my opinion, barely there from what I see. Now, I ain't gonna say the lady ain't got no connection to a child, because you can have a connection to a child that you went and got at the foster home. I'm not gonna say that. And she do seem like a very good mama. Now, we got to tell the truth on that, even if we don't like her. Trina say, yeah, because I always thought that Brooklyn was marked, but not Kenya's eggs. Child, Nene tried to tell y'all, now this heifer done told on herself. Say that cousin she asked could she adopt the baby if something happened to her. Uh-huh. Could be. That's all I'm gonna say. Could be. Say the baby's so cute, but I don't see it in Kenya. I don't either. I don't. I have a lot of thoughts, but I'm gonna keep them to myself. I wish more people would learn to do that. She'll say Mark is using the fact that she used somebody else's eggs against her. Ooh, Shanna, you think he holding that over her head? Like, you better pay me my money or I'm gonna out you? Oh, maybe it's something in his contract where he ain't supposed to tell it, but he threatened to tell it anyway. Y'all, now that would be some good TV. Miss Peaches, I believe Nene when she said it too. I just was like, child, it don't really matter who eggs they are. She carried the baby. It's her baby. Even if you didn't carry it, if you adopted the baby, that's your baby. If you love the baby, it's your baby. As long as it's legal and you ain't stole it, that's your baby. Yeah, she looked like that earring wearing and nose ring wearing man. Say production should have busted her with a playback. They sure should have. Yes, they should have, because that heifer said that. Yes, she did. I remember that about the one egg. She had one egg. Now you got multiple embryos. With whose eggs? Because you said you had one and you had a hard time getting pregnant. So what the hell was they implanting in you? Girl, them lies. Listen, this right here is why I keep telling y'all I try to be fair with Kenya, because on some level I can actually like certain aspects of her personality, but this stuff right here is what's exhausting. It's the amount of lies this lady tell. Say Phaedra too said rotten powdered eggs. Oh God. You mean karma? Y'all get him with the karma. I don't do no karma. I'm Christian. It's reaping and sowing over here. Say what came first, the baby or the egg? Well, clearly the egg came before little Brooklyn. She didn't just show up and hatch an egg herself. Mm-hmm. So Kenya thinks she Al Pacino having a baby at 83. She could if somebody else cared for her. And I don't know what the woman that had the baby from Al Pacino thinking other than a payday. You say she need to go sit down. Okay. Well, there you go then. I ain't going to go through no more comments. Let's go head back to what done happened. So the doctor reminded her about the fact the older you get, it's increased risk of morbidity and mortality. She said that Kenya's delivery was the scariest delivery she's had till date. It was a 2.5 hour C-section with heavy blood loss. You almost died. Like, you don't need now another baby, Kenya. I'm sorry. She don't, y'all. Kenya don't need not one more baby. I get what she's saying about, Brooklyn might be lonely. And I understand that. And children will often, like, I want a little brother, I want a little sister. That makes sense. But she need to look into adoption or surrogacy. And then, stop lying about the Megs. Just stop lying about the Megs. So then we get to the Gucci brunch, y'all. The Gucci brunch went down. I think it was the Toast on Lennox or whatever. They was at the Toast. Sharee showed up early to check the seating placements and all that stuff to make sure that everybody was seated where they needed to be seated and everything. And Sanya walked in first, and Sanya had her little white, little off-white, bright cream colored, Gucci suit going on. She looked real nice. I was like, all right, Sanya, go ahead, Slim. Get him, Slim. It was cool. It was cool to see Sanya not dressed like one of the Commodores. Hazeline, it was good to see her not look like a Commodore. I was with it. I was definitely with it now. Then, that was cool. Sharee had on the charcoal Gucci blazer. It was real cute on her. Real nice. Like the print. It was just a nice little situation. Courtney showed up rocking the belts and bags. I thought that was cute. Kandi showed up in the Gucci Adidas khaki, like Dickie style top, which honestly I thought it was kind of cute, if I'm gonna be honest. It was cute. I don't know if I would have worn it to brunch, but it was cute. It was cute, in my opinion. I know y'all say she looked, Marlo says she looked like she was going bowling. Y'all say she looked like the handyman. I actually liked the top, personally. I did. It was sporty. It's not something I would wear just because I'm not sporty. I'm more of a classic, you know, fashion girl, but it was definitely, in my opinion, it was definitely cute. Drew showed up with the Gucci print jacket. If I'm honest, I was side eyeing that jacket. That jacket was giving me the trunk of the car, but I'm not judging her. It neither here nor there. Um, Child Marlo walked in the Gucci Python with the horse bit hardware, the the over the shoulders, the shoulder sling bag, the shades. Marlo made me feel real bad about myself. I'm like, man, I can't even fit nothing in the Gucci store right now. You know what I'm saying? But the heifer looked good. She got that height and she served. She always do though. I was like, God dang. They said the Gucci brunch, they ain't say, make everybody feel insecure. They ain't say that. Say Kandi clothes always look cheap. Boy, look at him. Say unless it was supposed to look oversized. What y'all got? Tacky. Ooh. Say no, Drew looked like the Gucci handyman according to Marlo. Yeah. Definitely. That could be the handyman. But she said Kandi like she was going bowling. Hey, this is a say it's giving Cleo from Set It Out. Man, y'all rough. Yes, that goddamn Python Gucci. I say, oh my God. Oh my God. That's right, y'all. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. And then yeah, Marlo can dress up a hat off. St. Pete be coming through, like all the way through. All the way through with the clothes every time. Yeah. She kind of do. Hey, Dana Brown. Say, I need to know how Marlo pay for all this. Why you need to know? Did she ask you for $20? Y'all be killing me. Need to know everybody's business where they get their money. Y'all didn't ask Kandi how many Peter weeks she put her mouth on before she could get Shakespeare to let her help write a song. But we worrying about how Marlo get all her money. She got her money the same way the rest of them heifers got their money. Now Sanya got it running races. She got 1 3/4 gold medals, and Drew was a Disney kid, but the rest of them came up on their backs and knees just like everybody else. So I'm trying to figure out why it's so pressing how Marlo got hers. I want to know, are people pressed because we know the people that Kandi and Kenya slept with, but we don't know the people that Marlo slept with? Is that what we pressed about? And they say that's why they trying to figure. That's why they trying to figure out where Marlo getting her money from. Oh no, don't try to figure it out. First of all, Kandi need to respect and recognize you're not the money police. You're not the money police. And where we from in the bottom in the Gunshine State, we don't believe in letting everybody in our playroom. It ain't your business where we get the bread from. Just understand that the bread is getting got. Understand that. Okay? So I just need to know. Well, look like you finna be real unfulfilled. Okay? I'm just saying because they all did the same stuff. And the only thing that seemed to be missing is that we know where they were screwing. I don't remember her either, but I seen people do playback and show clips that she was a Disney kid. So there you go. And she was a cute little kid. Typical weird little Disney look. You say you just being nosy. I know that's right, sis. I'm just saying. But anywho, so they got on in there. They did the little segment with Marlo ranking on everybody's clothes. And she was right about Sanya, but I felt like cut Sanya some slack because in my opinion, that's the best Sanya done looked since I've seen her in that Gucci suit. It definitely is giving. She walked up and bought it right off the mannequin. It definitely gives that. But let me say this for the record. Some people need to do that. Everybody is not good at putting together separates. Everybody, doesn't, everybody don't have like a fashion sense like that. So the girl looked good. It did look like she bought it right off the mannequin, bought a sample size, jumped her little hips in it, and she looked great in my opinion. Marlo's being funny. Kenya walked in with a Chanel bag. Marlo clowned her toe and said her outfit looked thrifted. I ain't gonna lie, whew, boy, that's rough. I feel bad about that. And don't y'all do nothing to me for this. Because y'all know I don't like Kenya either, but I kind of felt bad up until she started calling that girl a female dog and yelling curse words across them people restaurant. But up until then, I was feeling bad. Like, why you gonna point out? You know what I'm saying? Because other people might not have peeped that it was, you know. But that girl said thrifted. And I just, I couldn't argue it. I couldn't argue it at all. But I did feel bad till she started yelling curse words and expletives all over those people's establishment. I thought that was real ghetto and tacky. But what else do we expect from Little Miss Ghetto Ashley Detroit? Then, as if that wasn't enough, she went on to Drew and made the comments about the handyman and Kandi going bowling, Sharee going for a deposition. I'm like, okay, to me that was fun shade. She didn't really go too dark. It was a little dark on Kenya with the thrifted. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, thrifted, eek. And then she came in with that shit. Whoo, girl, Nitra, hush. Because I was cringing when I saw Kenya clothes. I think something going on with that lawsuit about that contract with Mark. Mark, I need you to come forward and tell us what's in the contract, or you need to leave this girl alone because she's starting to look real bad. Okay. Sharee jokes about the little rhyme she's saying, and Kenya was like, I was asleep when I got it, and they made a joke about, did that affect your dreams? Sharee was like that she feel like she got a different relationship with all the ladies, and she teared up a little bit, but she cooled off. And she was like, she don't really like to see them not getting along. She feel like the group divided. And Kenya claims she had the Lord on speed dial. Somehow I doubt that. I don't know the last time Kenya looked like she prayed, but okay. Not the way she lying and be lying and cussing. It's not giving you talk to the Lord very frequently at all. Anywho, Kandi, they tried to do the whole conversation with Kandi and Courtney. Kandi said she appreciated Courtney checking on her after she showed her behind at that girl's event. Okay, and said that the first argument was silly. It was silly. It was nothing wrong, but that girl let you know that she never said that about you, and you ran around and claimed she did. Claimed that she said she know you. And that's pretty bad. So they squashed that because I feel like Courtney was never a problem. Courtney just wasn't finna kiss your behind and made it clear off the muscle, in my opinion. Sanya and Kenya, they talked or whatever. Sanya was like, I felt like you was a little standoffish at my husband's party, which she came in making slick comments about, the kickback like other time, and this one better be right. And I'm like, girl, you take people on cash trips and they have to order Uber, and you go buy yourself crab cakes and stuff. So I know you ain't talking, but whatever. But then she said, well, I do have a certain level of not trusting you and bringing up an interview she did when the girl said, well, I mean, by the shape, it looked like maybe it could be, but I really don't know. So what did you want her to say? That, her booty is 100% real. Ain't nobody finna lie for you. All she said was she don't know. And she was like, well, you could have said it different. You could have said she looks great and I don't know. Hell, she said she don't know. They asked her. She was like, maybe it could be. I don't know. Like, what the hell you want her to say? That girl don't have to kiss your behind. Then she turned around and was like, well, we can move on and I'll see if you worthy of my trust. This is where, y'all, I felt like I saw the crazy switch in the back of Sonya's neck. Because when Kenya threw that out there to see if you worthy, the what y'all children say, the bombastic side eye that Sanya gave her, it wasn't a smile on her face. It's giving me that West Indian girl was finna come out. I've seen Sanya look like that a couple times. I've seen her look at Drew like that a couple times. But Sanya was so fake last season, I really ain't know how to take her. She still got a little fakery to her, but not too much. But it was just something about in that moment. Hey, Cheryl Persons. It was something about in that moment where, like, I saw something behind her eyes go blank. Like, girl, I'll click out and choke you in here. I was like, ooh, Kenya, be careful. You can't fight, girl. You know what I'm saying? Did y'all see how she looked when they helped her talking about to see if you worthy? Right, Fifi. Ain't nobody finna lie and say that thing look like she got a bunch of marbles or rocks in a paper sack. That looks terrible. A wet sack, too. Antoinette said, I don't recall Kenya stating that her butt was real. I didn't understand why it was a big deal if the girl said she didn't know. Like, it's like they trying to press her to act like, you better kiss up. You better let us haze you. You better hate who we hate, or we coming like, girl, bye. Bye. Now I've been trying to have your back about your botched booty job, but girl, you doing too much, okay? Way too much. So then in the confessionals, Drew talking about, well, even when she gained weight or lose weight, it stayed the same size. And Sharee was like, girl, everybody know it's fake. I'm like, okay, Drew, you forgot you got to kiss up to Kenya too. Is that what happened? You forgot? And Kenya claiming, that she gonna see if the girl worthy. I don't know. I feel like she might want to watch herself playing around with Sanya. I feel like Sanya got a crazy switch, and y'all gonna accidentally flip it, and then we gonna get some ratings for an episode or two. I'm just saying they might want to be careful. Um, Marlo, they got to her, and she was like, "I'm in a great place. I respect everybody." Um, Kenya was like, "Well, you can't say that when you attacking and being evil." I'm like, Kenya, that's all you've done since you've been on the show is attack people and be evil. You doing it now. So Kenya got that long lasting BBL, not like the new ones messing people up today. I'm not even responding to that. Cause what did you call it? That girl ain't had no BBL. Ain't nobody moved no fat back there. That look like fat to you? That looked like she done stole some eggs from Farmer John's barnyard. Like, what are you talking about, sis? Kiki said, I agree. I feel like Sanya was about to turn up on Kenya real quick. You saw that? I was like, watch out there, man. Yes, Linez. Kenya, so full of it. So, it looks terrible. Yeah, that worthy thing was rude. And it's like, girl, who the hell is dying to be your friend? Ashy? Girl, it look heavy and misshapen. Look like it'll throw you down any minute. Hey, DB. You say Kenya is the same lady that pulled the chair on Kim Fields. Exactly. And she talking about somebody attacking and being evil. You mean the way you attacked Nene while y'all was in Canada? The way you attacked Kim Fields? The way you attacked so many people? Like, what do you mean? The way you attacked Portia your first season? Like, what do you mean? Say Kenya, but is that hard silicone like bricks. It never changes. Oh, it don't move. Not the Gorilla Glue. I'm just saying. You say that's pure silicone or whatever a butt implant look like. I don't know. It might, Bianca, you need to watch it a little bit. It's a couple of scenes that might get your attention. Kenya thinks she a real queen. She lives in a delusion. I'm just not sure, what took her there. Maybe the Miss USA many moons ago, but something took her there, and she lives in that delusion. So anyway, and so every time Marlo tried to talk, Kenya starts getting loud, yelling, screaming, coughing, pretending like she's choking. Candy's over there saying, "Oh, you trying to attach my name to a murder? That lady never did that." Marlo was literally pointing out like it was never about the pow pow. It was about you being a bad friend. And I was just telling you about, I was basically telling you about yourself. Like, that's just what this was. And then Drew started yelling over her. Kenya started yelling. And it's like, Drew, what are you yelling for? Ain't nobody even pull your cord or press your button. What are you yelling for? DB say Kenya's not even good for TV anymore. After she had Brooklyn, she became boring. We're holding on to the past, Kenya. She was boring back then to me, honestly. Like, she gave nothing and then would just blurt out obscenities and attack people. Yes, girl, Gorilla Glue. It don't move. Say Kenya ain't learned from Portia. What can Kenya learn from Portia? Portia has a personality. You can't learn that. You just can't. But Sharee peeped them yelling over the girl. Marlo, after she couldn't get a word out, refused to raise her voice with them, got up and removed herself from the situation. And Sharee was trying to hold her there, which was kind of getting on my nerves, if I'm being honest. Because I'm like, Sharee, this may be your event, but why are you trying to hold this lady here to be attacked, yelled at, and cursed at? Like, what are you talking about? Kenya screaming, bottom rung B. Girl, you are from the ghetto too. Like, what are you talking about? And the whole, all the B words and this B It's like, girl, what are you cursing for? Then it was, y'all know what really got me out of everything was Drew Sidora saying Marlo is childish for removing herself from a situation where you all were yelling and screaming obscenities at Taste on Linux, at Toast on Linux. Like that's what she's childish for removing herself, and you're not childish, and Kenya's not childish for yelling and screaming obscenities. Okay. All right. That's all right. So I see what we doing. We reaching hard. We dislocating shoulders tonight. That's how hard we reaching. And yes, the F those flowers was uncalled for because in reality was I don't know. You know she ain't never gonna apologize, but my thing was, what are you screaming about flowers for? That lady ain't say nothing about flowers. She was like, like she told Courtney, if she had even asked, like, what's your sister's number? Or can I say something? I feel like the biggest issue is that Marlo may have thought they were more friendly than they actually were. She thought that she had some kind of real connection with them that she really didn't have, which may explain why she was so easy and free and more than willing to turn on Nene because she thought them heifers was her friends. And I think that's why she jumped on the bandwagon with them to help them attack Portia that last season. And Portia was there because she thought Kenya and Kandi was really trying to be her friend. Marlo is an idiot when it comes to that. What the hell did you think them people was your friends for? You stupid. You real dumb. And you got your feelings hurt. And I feel like her feelings got hurt and she feels dumb. And that's why she made the comment she made. And I think that's partially why she held that grudge. She feel dumb. And she should, because you are dumb. So Marlo went ahead and walked out and she was like, Kenya, too disrespectful. I can't. And so she said her life coach told her, if you feel like you can't control yourself, then remove yourself, which that's correct. Sharee come running out there. I want her to come back or whatever. Marlo was like, I got to shake all that negativity off. It's nasty. I don't want it. Kenya's still in there screaming curse words. And I'm like, the lady's not even in the room anymore. What are you screaming curse words for? Candy's sitting over there looking real pleased with herself. You're pleased that people are cursing and screaming on your behalf when ain't nobody doing nothing to you. Drew went trying to talk crap about Marlo after she walked out to Courtney. And Courtney was like, she shut that down. I'm starting to really like Courtney. Hey, SFL. And was like, girl, I'm not about to talk about that lady. I'm not here to talk about that lady. And she shut that right down. When they came back in, Sharee asked Kenya, like, everybody else had an opportunity to speak and be heard. So allow her to speak without you cutting her off. And Kenya was mad. She was like, because she doesn't want to talk to you. Well, that's fine. So why are you acting like some kind of like ignorant, clear sorority girl? Like, I don't know. Whatever that little act is Kenya put on is unbearable. Girl, you a whole ghetto hood rat from Detroit with ashy legs. I just need her to really come to terms with who the hell she is. One thing I'm gonna give Kandi. Candy's a hood booger. She acts hood booger. She presents hood booger. Her business is a hood booger. Everything about Kandi is authentic and is cohesive. The fact that Kenya try to act bougie and all the ghetto keep tumbling out with them tacky thrifted clothes is worrisome. I just need her to stop it. Marlo stated her point. Kandi got mad, of course. Sanya was trying to mediate or whatever, and she was like, she got mad at her for trying to mediate and was like, started yelling F the flowers. Like, girl, the lady ain't mentioned no flowers. Like, if you just basically saying, I wasn't close to you like that, I didn't care nothing about your nephew, I said what I was going to say when you first told me, and that's all I was willing to care about, then you should just say that. But all that screaming and cursing about irrelevant stuff, I feel like what y'all trying to do, number one, is gaslight. And two, you keep coming up with straw man arguments. Y'all trying to argue about stuff that was never the point. And that's what Sanya pointed out. She's like, you're getting mad about stuff that is not even part of the conversation. Like, it was never a point. And she pointed out that I feel like, you weren't giving the whole, the truth about, what really went on, and was just trying to be calm. And you need somebody level-headed and calm to try to mediate sometimes or whatever. Kandi was just mad because she wanted everybody to be attacking Marlo, and it didn't work out. It just didn't. So I'm going to pull up this picture while I put this StreamYard in the chat so that way y'all can talk and say what y'all feel about this here situation. right quick. But I need us to look at this picture because I need y'all to let me know if this is a wig, if this is to, to wig or not to wig. DB say Kenya used to talk so much trash about Kandi. Remember she called her production a chitlin circuit? Sure did. Sure did. But hold on, let me pull this up because I need y'all to, help me understand what's going on. Cause to me it was wigging, but maybe it ain't. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm tripping. Who child, to wig or not to wig? That is the question. That is indeed the question. I have a question. The answer I'd like to know. Come on, picture. So we can all judge this thing together. Reaching out to the sky. Okay, my bad. I done got silly, y'all. I have. I didn't mean to, but I have. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's save this. Y'all, I'm learning how to do some stuff because I want to zoom in on this head. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Huh. I'm still here, y'all. Huh. I think I got it right. Hold on. There you go. Bet. I was sure trying to figure it out, y'all. Uh-oh. Who is Damon Bryan? Turn your camera on real quick, Damon, so I can see you're a person. And I can pull you right on up. Hey, Palava girl. Uh-oh, there go my sweetie pie. Let's get edgy. And you can shut your camera off if you want to.
Hey, I just said let me join real quick before I get ready for bed.
Well, hey nephew, how you
Yes,
doing?
I am good. This is my first time seeing your channel, so but I appreciate your content. You seem really unbiased, and I like that because it's crazy how the majority of everybody online is like hard Candy fans, and I'm like nobody wants to really like tell a unbiased opinion. So I appreciate that from you. But yeah, tonight was a mess again, in my opinion. I just almost feel
Mm-hmm.
like they were almost trying to like recruit people to go against Marlo. Like it's very
Yep.
odd.
Oh,
And it's like
and
Candy
ain't
is
that
behind
isn't
the
that what
scenes.
she accused? Isn't that what she accused Marlo of doing last episode? Talking about she rallying people to like go against me, but like that's literally what she's doing.
She's doing the same thing, but Candy has a way of like portraying it to us or the audience, but she ain't fooling me. But she portrays it like she's just like a bystander but we can
Yep.
see, like Drew and Kenya doing like her dirty work. But literally,
Yep.
Kenya is riding her coattails. Kenya don't have nothing going on. What she need to be worrying about is whether Mark is about to take that house, them cars, that business, and whatever else. That's what she needs to be concerned about. And also, I saw on the news, it was talking about something about like she's still going through the divorce. Mark was alleging that Kenya was like dragging the divorce out, like purposely. So I'm like, what is she doing this for? So she can like save it for filming. But I'm like, well, we didn't even talk about that this year. So Kenya don't have nothing going on. Like they're really gonna have to make some big changes on the show next year. Like they gotta
Yep.
really make some
They
changes
are.
because if this we can't keep this same. It's really time for Kandi to go. And like I'm gonna be honest, Kandi has brought a
Yep.
lot to the show. Like her prime was season 6. Shoot, even season 9. But like those days are gone, and I feel like I don't know, like I almost feel like it's gonna end up being the same thing with Nene, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because Andy is like a control freak, and Andy, I feel like black woman, when he sees them get to a certain level of power or like that ego Nene had, I feel like he was ready to like cast her down. So I feel like at some point he's gonna like strategically ice Kandi out too. That just because of who he is, the type of person he is, like, oh no, you're not gonna think you too big too, to like, think you the head of the show. But I hope I'm making sense. But I'm
But
just kind of over the
this is
season.
I totally I totally agree with everything you're saying. I think on Nene's end, it wasn't ego, in my opinion. I think Nene saw that they wanted to portray her a certain way. They didn't want her to grow and evolve as a person. They wanted her to portray a caricature. And when she wasn't willing to do it, they were going to strategically make her look a certain way. That's why she started walking out on scenes. And then they started, well, okay, since she won't do what we want her to do, then okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to only allow her to be in certain scenes, and then we're going to talk about her and frame the narrative any way we want. That way we don't have to pay her, and we can still make her be who we want her to be in the story. We can make her the villain or the bully or whoever we need her to be. And Lanithia just didn't sign a contract. Where I feel like Lanithia messed up, it's a couple of places. One, she's never learned how to stop being friends with bad people. They're bad and she'll still be friends with them. And that's dumb. She did it with Marlo, she did it with Portia. It's very dumb. But the other thing was asking people to sign that petition. I feel like that didn't make her look good to other prospective people that might want to work with her.
And I feel like
That's where I
she
think
didn't have a
Lanithia.
good PR behind her, if I'm being honest, because she was so unleashed. You know what I'm saying? Because I know a lot of them probably feel the same way, but I think some of them have a really good team behind them, like that would stop them from like typing certain things online or blurring out certain things. But Nene just was like
Yeah.
just going ham, and I
Nene is
think that
Nene.
she didn't have any
Nene's just
restraint.
Nene.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and let's not
Yeah,
forget
Nene's just Nene.
when
What you see is
Nene.
what you get. That part didn't
Hmm.
really bother me. It was asking people to sign that petition, and then I'm not gonna say nothing against it because I love Lanithia, but I just felt like that whole petition situation, the way it went down, and all of that, it didn't make her look good. Like I said, I think it didn't make her look good to potential people that she was going to work with. Her online antics, I think that was really on par with her brand, so I don't think that really would hurt her. But
And let me say
that
something else.
petition
Like,
thing was a lot.
yeah, it was. I
Go
think by
ahead.
that point, Bravo had already figured out they were going to kick her to the curb. But when Nene was on Hollywood Unlocked,
So why didn't
she
they kick her? But this is my question. So why didn't they kick her? Because they didn't kick her. She just refused to sign. So why they didn't kick her?
well, see, I didn't know that Nene refused to sign a contract.
That's what happened when the season started. Kandi and all of them was like, "Well, we waiting to see what she gonna do." We all kind of waiting on her because they were planning to attack her that season. She never signed. They was 3 episodes in and still waiting on Nene to sign. Nene refused to sign.
Well, I'm gonna say
That's what
this
I'm saying.
one.
It's a lot of false narratives floating around and people repeat it, but it's like that's not history. That's not what happened.
Well, another thing, Nene already let us know about Kandi. She said y'all cheer for a lot of people y'all should not cheer for. And she said she is a
Yeah.
house in word. And she said people do a lot
Andy
of things
Cruz.
behind closed doors to get where they need to go. They are not true moguls. Why you wonder why somebody who knows how to sing and they're talented and they're not getting somewhere, but somebody else is. It's not because they're true
Hmm.
moguls, because they're doing things behind closed doors. And let's not forget, Nene also came out and told us how they were trying to do some kind of like asking the network to do something, but Kandi went around all of the girls for her
That was
own
about
interests.
yeah, that all the girls were supposed to get together and go as a group, and Candy went behind their back by herself and cut a deal for her own production company because that's who Candy Cruz is. Now, this let me get your opinion. To wig or not to wig? Now, according to the chat, okay, your auntie's over here saying that the wig is a felony, the part ain't straight. It's giving demi wig for me, and you can see where it kind of lift up at this point right here. If y'all can see the little hand I got right there. It's right there,
Well,
it's lifting up. You can
I
kind
don't
of see
know
the
a whole
line of
lot about
demarcation.
wigs.
Um,
I don't know a
mm-hmm.
whole lot about wigs, but I will say that looks a mess, and I don't think that's all her real hair. I think some of her hair has fallen out, and she's found a way to like make it look natural still. I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, that's what I think is going on. But I want to know, do y'all think it's the Kenya Moore hair care? I don't know. Because she
Well, they
never
say the
wore
Kenya
wigs
Moore
before she
hair
started
care is
selling
for
that stuff.
pets. They say the Kenya Moore hair care is better for dogs. So,
Ooh, they said it's for dogs.
yep.
No, no.
Yeah, remember
Now I
Portia
know the
said she
horse
used it on
shampoo.
her
People
pets?
used to use the horse shampoo. People used to use the horse shampoo to mane and tail on their hair, and it used to work real good. My friend on the phone calling it the toupee shuffle.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
I'm gonna
know
use
that
Kenya
it
Moore
looked
hair
like
care
a
to get the
wig
fleas
situation.
off my animals. That's what I'm gonna use it for.
Oh, that wig was a little wiggy. It was a little wiggy to me. Lord,
Kenya
Miss
is
Peter
just
say,
not
"Oh,
giving.
Canelo
She's not
long
giving
hair, cute
anymore.
wig."
I think she just showing up and she's doing whatever. Like it doesn't even seem like she's invested. Like when she first came, you can tell Kenya was working. Like season 5, she was like really fighting for that check,
She
making a
was
scene,
trying.
showing up. Yeah, but now it's different. Like she's just there. She's not even trying like with her fashions, her hair. She's
If
just
I'm
like
being
I'm Kenya
honest,
Moore.
this the thing. I feel like, and this is just me. I feel like Kenya got a lot, and I keep saying it, and I keep saying it because it's really how I feel, right? Kenya has a lot to offer the audience, but she refuses to. The version of her that's not a try hard. I didn't like Sanya when Sanya was being a try hard. I didn't like Kenya when Kenya was a try hard. To be honest, that whole season where I'm gone with the wind, fabulous. Like that was so corny, almost stumbling and looking dumb and desperate. I didn't like it. It was not a good look. Her flirting with Phaedra's husband, not a good look. Her showing up with the booty pads and a hat on, like saying she was picking at Phaedra when she really was making herself look like an idiot. I didn't like it. Like I don't do tryhards. I like people to just be, be who you are. It's cool. You know what I mean? But now that she's not really being a tryhard, we've seen, like, if we're gonna be honest, whether we like her or not, y'all, can we be for real? We have seen some moments with Kenya that really could have been decent scenes and stuff that we might have actually been interested in. What was going on with her, the people that worked for her, the young man that messed up her graphics or whatever. I didn't really care for how she spoke to him, but I would have liked to see more of those interactions with her day to day business and how she handling stuff. We want to see Kenya the boss, not just Kenya
Well,
the
I
hood
think
rat.
production, honestly, as a whole, how I see it now is the show thinks that to make a good show or episode, we need to have those mind blowing like arguments and the blow ups. Like, no, take it back to season 6 where we could just go scenes like with people day to day, like they used to show Nene with HNL, like doing shows like even Sanya with her business when she first started, we needed to
Yeah.
see more of like what she was doing with Mommy Nation or her little track videos, whatever they were doing with that. And like this season, I'm like, why were we just introduced to Cairo and his baby mama? Like that could have been a whole thing in itself. Like have Sharee go over to the girls' parents' house and meet the parents and talk over, who's gonna help with what, and
But
make
I'm
make
gonna
it
say
make
this,
it
like
real.
we could, but nephew, we can only blame production to so much. We can only blame production so much. Production can only edit what you give them. They're not giving them anything. Kenya gave us a blurb of that, but she didn't give us enough of that. We needed more of that, because if she'd have given us more of that and it was TV worthy, I can guarantee you the people wouldn't have cut it. Like last season, we saw some of Kenya, like drunk Kenya. Drunk Kenya was the bomb last year. The bomb, the Bombay. I was like, no, not Kenya as the whole Kiki when she drunk. Okay, girl. It was like, okay, we getting sides of Kenya. And it's like we get sides of her, and then it's right back to telling a pack of lies and being ghetto and ignorant and cursing and yelling playground stuff. It's like, oh my God, why?
I
Kenya,
don't
I
know.
mean,
For me,
Candy
like,
don't even Candy doesn't even give us moments where I'm like, ooh, what's this? It's stuff that we know is a potential story, but she won't ever show it. She keep giving us the same. Me and Todd trying to make it work. The same. Todd want to open another restaurant. The same. Mama Joyce don't like my man. Like, girl, if we don't get to see nothing else at this point, you need to just go.
she need to go. Honestly, we need to give Courtney her peach. I'm sorry. I mean,
I like Court.
Candy has just given us everything else. There is nothing there. It's empty. It's nothing more to give. I mean, honestly, I feel like everything she does is off of somebody else. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, it's nothing originally coming from her story anymore. And I just think it's just time to move on. I think the show is evolving and moving into a different direction, and we're being held back because they won't let go of these people who already had their
Yeah.
time to shine. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just time to let go. And honestly, I would even say Portia is okay to come back because she's married again now. She has something new to offer us, something fresh. And I feel like Portia always like delivers every season. That's how I feel about her. But I think Candy and Kenya are just not giving anything, and it's just time to let go.
Can we can we be honest about the fact that it's possible they've never given anything? Because I kind of feel that way.
Well, yeah, you might be right about that. I mean, I feel like the old housewives we know is gone, and until we really, well, I would say until Andy or whoever does casting really realizes that they are the old Atlanta, and it's time to bring in the newer young Atlanta people who are going to like be excited to be on the show, who don't feel like they're owed anything because they are who they are or they had put in all their time already. We need people who are going to like show up on these scenes and like give us a good scene, be themselves, like really
But
have fun.
this is this is the problem I got. The problem I got is Candy and Kenya ain't never gave nothing. They have successfully hidden behind bigger personalities like Nene, Portia, Phaedra, even sometimes Cynthia Bailey, God forbid, the wallpaper queen. They have hid behind people with bigger and actual personalities, and they have created a fan base from people who just want to go against the main girls.
Now, I'm gonna have to disagree with you a little bit now. I would say some seasons they did bring it. Like for example, when Kenya had the storyline with her mom and when she like showed up
Oh
at her
no,
mom's door, when her
that
family
didn't
used
give
to
me
come
nothing.
over, Aunt
That gave me
Lori,
nothing.
the cousin, even when she was dating Matt, she went to his family reunion and to meet his family and all that kinds of stuff. That was good, fun moments.
Yeah,
That was different, but now it's like there's
it was
nothing else.
something. It was something, but it didn't make the show. Like those were scenes that if they had been cut out of the episode, no one would have cared. It wasn't. It was nothing iconic. It has never been anything iconic with either one of these chicks.
Well, I just realized earlier. I said, "Well, hold up, Moneta ain't even been in this episode, and we
Child,
didn't
that's
even
what Fifi
notice."
said in the chat. I mentioned it earlier. I was like, how come Moneta was gone and ain't nobody even realized she wasn't there? Well, you know, oh well, you don't know because you knew, but over here her name
Ooh,
is Yon. Her name is Yon Yetta. Because that's
child.
all she do is make you yawn. A good old yawn Yetta.
And she's just nothing but another follower of Candy. And I just feel like it's okay for you to be a good friend, but y'all are not going to make a good show when it's no balance. You know, like it reminds me of Potomac with like Wendy, for example, where we feel like Wendy is all by herself. She's like being
Mm-hmm.
ganged up on by these women. And it feels good when
Mm-hmm.
like Candace is by her side and it's a balance where we don't feel like one woman is being like
Is being
attacked
beat
or
up on. Yeah. Because
right. You
it's
need a
not a good look.
balance.
And you listen, hey Erica. Erica P got a good point too. Candy want to run the show like Jocelyn's Cabaret. Ain't nobody scared of you in Child Private Eye.
And
And
Candy
nobody's
is
afraid of
another
your
Shawnee
threats.
O'Neal. She's a Shawnee O'Neal. You can't come
She
for her
wants to
or
be.
you're going to
She
have
just
an
don't have
issue.
the power. Yeah,
That's
she don't
true.
have the power, and that's what's pissing her off is she doesn't have the power. And it was like, okay, production was only helping you out against Nene because they had their own agenda against Lanithia. She thought, in my opinion, I feel like Candy really thought that she was production's darling. You really were not their darling, honey. You were just willing to help them with their agenda against Lanithia. Because Lanithia
Well,
was like, I want to grow. I don't want to keep, you know, being the same person because I'm not the same person. And you know, she thought because hey, they working with me to make her look bad, I'm their darling. Baby, you're not. And they're
well, let's
showing
be
you
clear though.
because
Let's be clear.
every because
When
right
we
now production is crucifying that same word that Marlo couldn't pronounce that tickled the hell out of me. Production is crucifying Candy. They Calvary. Okay, they taking her up Calvary Hill.
let's be clear though. When we had Cynthia, Phaedra, Nene, Portia, Candy, Kenya, when we had like the core group, Candy was always the lowest on the totem pole. Let's not forget, like she was always like
Because
literally
she ain't got no personality.
no personality. She would always be like in the background. She would be a background sound. That's all she would be. Making facial expressions. That's it.
Yep.
Wasn't
That's
working
all
for her check
she
then,
did
ain't
was
working
make them
for it
Ace
now.
Ventura faces. And like Tammy, right. And the thing, it's easy to do when you're hiding behind other people's personalities. Tammy Carter, my girl, Tammy got a real point here. Candy pretended to be the anti Nene. That's all she did. So for the people who were put off by a brash in your face nonsense, I'm anti her. So if you don't like her, then you know you can say and that's how she got by it. But now that you don't have anybody to hide behind that whose personality is so big that it's very polarizing, because Nene is a polarizing girl. I'm a polarizing figure. I'm one of them people. Either you're gonna love me or hate me. It really ain't too many in betweens. And so she was just there to catch the runoff. Like anybody who don't like Nene, like I'll be happy to like let you be my fan because I need fans. She don't have not one
Right?
genuine fan. Every fan she got is because of somebody who was put off by Lanithia being Lanithia.
Well, and you know, all of her fans, all Candy's fans, and let's be clear, I'm not a Candy hater. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't stand when you say one opinion that's not favorable towards her and people will be
Oh,
like,
you
you
hate
hate
her,
her.
you hate
She
her.
got money. You mad cause she rich and you jealous. I'm like, I don't care how much money she
You
got. That's
sound
not gonna make
silly.
her no more interesting, you know? And I think that
Uh, you in
Candy
the right
wants
place
people
because we don't
to
play that
feel
over here.
right. She want people to feel indebted to her. Like Mayetta, even when Mayetta sat down and talked to Marlo, she was like, "Oh, you like betrayed me," and I'm looking like, "Well, dang, she can't even have a conversation."
Yeah. And Candy pretty much like blew a dog whistle like you better attack her. I don't feel like you stood up for me. Like, what did you want her to do?
Not a
Get in a
dog
fist fight with
whistle.
Marlo? You know what I'm saying? It was giving like get in a fist fight so Marlo can drag you. Like, what do you want this girl to do?
Well,
You know what I mean?
listen,
Like, it didn't make sense to me.
people with they own with a right mind can see that Marlo has a good point, but she just doesn't know how to like address what she wants to come across. I just feel like Marlo just needs a good support team behind her to like give her advice, on how she should like go about things. It's like let's break down the fourth wall. Like when you're going in scenes, like she really needs somebody like on her team to really like give her the good breakdown of like, this is not a good look, or don't go at it this way. Just somebody to really give her real advice, because I feel like she just went in guns blazing. But
I
those
think
other
she just
girls.
had I don't think she thought about. I think she had an emotional outburst because Drew Sidora was being fake and it was itching her nerves, and that happens. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say nothing about where the lady from, but people from where I'm from, down in the bottom, we not real good with the fake. We have a bad habit of just saying stuff. And Marlo was getting irritated by the fake stuff. And that's, if you go back and run it back, she was like, I'm trying to talk to you and you're acting. And I peeped right when she said that. It was like, you being fake. I'm talking to you. I'm trying to be real with you, and you fake and you being phony. And it was itching at her nerves. And production and Bravo is not going to coach Marlo on anything because they want her to blow up. They want her to, do what she doing here and there. And I feel like true to what I said, I feel like production is who set Marlo on to Kandi and Kenya. Like, feel free, hold them accountable for everything. And that's what it looks like to me. I feel
I
like
agree.
she's the henchman. I feel like she's the henchman. And I felt vindicated when Marlo made the statement that production was asking them to ask Kandi about the shooting at her restaurant.
I'm gonna say this last thing, then I'm gonna go because I want other people to have a turn. I think that there's some more to uncover about the Phaedra versus Kandi thing. I don't think Phaedra was
Yeah.
100% at fault, and that's all I'm gonna say. I hope the next
Phaedra
caller
wasn't
can.
lying. Phaedra wasn't
Phaedra was
lying.
not
Phaedra
lying,
told the
child.
truth. She repeated what she heard, and all she said was, "I heard that." She said it, and she heard it from Carlos King, and she told Portia, and Portia told Kandi, "I heard that you said X, Y, and Z." Kandi went and made it into an issue because Portia didn't go around telling everybody. Portia told her.
Well, guess what? The same way she want people to be blindly loyal to her. I mean, Portia was doing the same thing to Phaedra, so now you want people to do that for you.
Right.
So I
And
mean,
yeah, it's a no for me.
well, let me go off here, and you have a good night. It was nice to meet you though, and I'll be watching your channel more.
Oh, make sure you subscribe and hit your notification bell so you'll know when I go live now.
Already done.
All right. Well, come back anytime. I like when people talk to me. The rest of them just be typing, you see.
You usually do this after every episode?
After every episode, honey, we come in here and talk about these heifers.
Well, y'all need to join and talk. Don't just sit on here and type.
Tell them, nephew. Tell them.
Talk. Tell
See?
them how you feel. This is your platform to tell how you feel, whether you are for or against. We hear all
Yep.
opinions.
Yep. I just love having somebody to talk to. I
Yeah,
appreciate you. But for
no
real, Damon,
problem.
you come again. Don't let this be your last time now.
I got you because listen, I be searching like who going live? Who going to talk about this? Because after these episodes air, I be like, I gotta get something off my chest.
Listen, that's why we go live right after the show. Immediately after the show, we go in.
But do you
So
notice
just
how like soon as it's getting good and we get to the end, I'm like, oh, I want more, and then they're like, oh, next week. I'm like, dang, now I gotta wait another week.
yeah. This I don't know. Like this series is not giving me the warm fuzzies. Like, ooh, I don't want to wait. But I get what you're saying though. Like by the time it gets even slightly interesting, they gotta go.
Yeah, and we're moving on, and then they like pushing all the good stuff to the end of the episode, and it just I don't know. I'm just hoping that we just get more action. That's all. I think they're missing a lot of group scenes. That's what the issue
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of group scenes. We get a lot of scenes with people like saying stuff about people when they're not there, and then the other person come back and lie about what was said. Then production play back and see what lie they telling, and it's like, okay, I get the point because they do lie a lot. Um, I wish they would quit lying. That would be really cool, but I don't think that's coming anytime soon.
Well, I know one thing. If anybody needs to go, like if I would say anybody seriously needs to be like fired, it would be Drew for real. Because
Yeah, I'm sick of her.
if we don't see that she's hiding anything by nobody knowing about her and Ralph going through issues, that's a problem. Like
Yep.
they were going through something and they were hiding it. Like I think they're both strategically like acting for the camera,
Yeah,
honestly.
they've been doing that since they first got on the show. I don't believe anything in the world will make me believe that Ralph was in Tampa for 3 days and she didn't know where he was and she just magically got over it. That was a lie from day one. I never believed it.
Well,
And
you
I
know what?
don't believe that they're really together anymore. I think they haven't been together for years. And I think they put on so that she could get this job on this show. That's really what I
What
believe.
did you see when the friend Anthony went on House of Aaron and told all the news, all the tea about them?
I don't remember that. And I love House of Aaron. What happened?
Okay, so Lord have mercy, you got to watch it. And yes, so House of Aaron is like my number one. Like I watch
He's
him
such a little
all the
cutie
time,
pie. I
and
like it.
he tells the truth. Like he breaks it down. He's real. That's why I watch him.
I like
Um,
him pretty good. You know, he's a Portia stan. He love him some Portia child.
but he do call her out when he need to now. So that's what I like.
Yeah, he will. He will. I give
Yeah,
it to him. He really
yeah,
will.
but the
Mhm.
assistant went on there and basically he was just saying things like like Ralph be cheating on her and he be taking her money and there's a lot that goes on in that house. He be
Ooh,
leaving for days and coming back and he was just like alleging all kinds of stuff like y'all don't know what's going on in that house. And
ooh.
everything that he has said has like come full circle. So I mean,
Mm.
honestly, you got to watch that and give me your thoughts about that, especially when we get closer to the end of the season, and hopefully, we get to see like the aftermath of the divorce because I think they
Mm-hmm.
sent the cameras back out there, so hopefully we get to see the real. But
Mm.
yeah, he laid it out, and remember. Did you see on the news also when her chef or whatever was suing her?
Yes.
The girl said that she made her be the chef and the babysitter, had her picking up the kids from school. I said, "Oh my goodness,
Mm.
that lady
Mm.
is a that lady is a con. I don't care. She is in on whatever her husband was doing."
I believe it. Now I believe that. Oh
Well,
my.
I'm gonna go ahead and let you go so somebody else can join. I know I done talked for so long. They probably like, can he get up out of here?
Child. They talking right back to you in the chat.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah, and we don't treat people bad over here. You can talk and say whatever you want to say, and we gonna roll with you. We family over here. That's how we act for real.
Yeah, and I'm hoping I run into who I want to run into because I'm in Atlanta for the summer doing my internship, and
Really?
I kind of want to see Phaedra.
Well, what field are you in?
I'm in human resources.
All right. We
Yeah,
need more black folks in human resources.
sure do because they ain't nothing but blondes.
I know that's right. Well, I'm glad we got one of our sisters. She's busy. I think she's planning the graduation party for her nephew, but she's in HR. Our sister Alita. So we got some sisters that work in HR over here. But if you need to reach out and get some mentorship or some pointers or anything like that, feel free.
Yeah, wait. So when you do the slow stream yard, can you add more than one person on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because if there's anybody waiting, you can add them on, and we can do like a group, thing.
Yeah, child, please. You ain't got to go nowhere unless you just want to. I ain't running y'all. Hey,
Oh no,
L'Oreal.
I'm right here, Lynn. Let me settle down.
Hey,
Hey.
girl. How you doing?
Girl, I'm doing all right.
Now,
It's getting harder and harder to really fully watch a full episode of this show.
mm-hmm.
It's just getting hard. It's just getting hard. I think I kind of went in and out. Even the table scene at the Gucci, look at the Gucci doing. It was kind of low key boring. And Sharee, honey, you tried. I ain't never seen you cry a tear about no heifers getting along ever.
Well, we ain't never seen it this bad before either now.
Oh, true.
This was pretty raggedy, sis.
Yeah, they normally have fun shade and go on.
Right, but it ain't fun no more. It's real stink.
That what she trying to say. It ain't fun no more.
I think that's what she low key was saying. That's what I heard.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Damon, is that what you heard? Cause that's what I heard.
she
I
did
heard her
say it,
saying
but I
this
was
ain't
just
fun no more.
like, what?
That's what it was given. Damon, what you think?
I'm
Hey
sorry,
everyone.
I missed the question.
Okay, so she was talking about
Hey.
Sharee kind of being in tears and saying like it really affected her, like that ain't nobody getting along. Hey, Andrew Barber. And I said I felt like me and her was saying like maybe Sharee was saying that this ain't fun no more. And I feel like Sharee was definitely saying this ain't
Yes,
fun no more.
I think that's what it was because Sheree is used to, okay, we're gonna have our arguments, we're gonna throw our shade, but we're gonna still be able to come together and have a good time. You know what I'm saying? Like Sheree has been on this show for years where they went on trips to Miami, Jamaica. You know, they would really get down and like, argue and do those things, but
And
they would
move
still
on.
pull it together to have a good time.
Right. And I'm gonna tell you something else that I think about that too. Hey, Jasmine, I feel like part of that is if Kandi is trying to, drive the boat or captain the ship, she's a Debbie Downer. She's a grudge holder. She's just a vindictive, like nasty little person. So that's the direction that she want to take the whole show in, and people don't want to go in the direction of vengeful, nasty, grudge holding Debbie Downer. Like people having fun and you just insert nasty here. Like everybody don't want that.
Well, she just don't have nobody to balance her out because Kenya can't do it.
Well, yeah, because Kenya is a nasty
Because
McNugget.
Kenya nasty too, right?
Yeah,
So
she
I was like,
nasty.
dang, her
Yeah.
telling them to leave after they just knocked on the door or whatever. And sure, right now she kicked that door a little bit, okay?
Yeah, she
But
did.
she
But what
did.
was funny was Sonya telling her, like, you made me feel a certain type of way. I came for you, and you telling me leave and don't come back. That girl was right for telling her that.
She
Like,
Well,
sure
that
was
was
right.
mean.
And I
That
was
was
so
real
happy that
nasty.
she left. Oh, I was so glad she left. I was
That
like,
was
cause
real
Kenya,
nasty.
child, I would have grabbed my bag so fast y'all wouldn't even see me walk out. How fast I would have been going.
You did
Kenya
you
is
see how quick
nasty. The way
Sonya
she
hurried
talked
up
to
and packed?
Manetta,
Sonya hurried up and packed. And you right, she talked to Monyetta bad, told her about her stripper clothes. I'm like, a jumpsuit girl.
I was
ooh,
like, Brooklyn ain't paying that no attention, girl.
but she was real rude to her guests. You know, I know you're not wearing this Sharee, but like, no, ma'am.
Okay, I
These are
have a
grown women.
question.
They have their own
But you
money.
know what though? Now, Damon, you wasn't here last week. Jasmine, you was here last week, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we talked about this. Damon, I want your opinion because you a fresh set of ears. We said we did not hear Brooklyn screaming and crying in that room, and we don't believe Brooklyn was in that room. And we believe that Kenya was either in there with a man or she was in there crying and throwing a fit because them people wasn't gonna let her be in the halftime show.
Why they
Ooh,
wasn't gonna let her be in that show, girl?
Cause she wasn't never on the flyer. She wasn't never supposed to be there. That's why when they
Lord
got to
have
that
mercy.
club for the fundraiser, they didn't have no section for her and nowhere for her to even sit.
Oh, you might be right.
I'm telling you, that baby
Child.
wasn't in that room. We didn't hear that baby cry one time. Damon, did you hear baby?
And
No,
the baby
but
is always normally with the nanny in a different room.
that's true. But well, that could be
I
true
didn't
as
hear no
well.
baby.
But even in South Carolina, though, when they went in Charleston, where I'm from, by the way, they went to Charleston,
Okay.
and when they went to the door, Brooklyn was in there. So I think the nanny stays, or just stays with the baby until Kenya is ready to like go to bed, and I think Kenya feels more comfortable with the baby. But remember when Sonya was on the phone? Or somebody called Kenya, and you could hear Brooklyn in the background saying, "Mommy, I'm tired." So Brooklyn was in the room, but
I think she went and got Brooklyn. I don't believe Brooklyn was there. And I'm gonna tell you the other reason why we don't think she was there. I want you to go with me on this one a little bit, Damon. She came to that door naked, wrapped in a blanket. Now, who the hell sleep in the bed with their baby naked, wrapped in a blanket? Now, you tell me, because I've been a mama for almost 30 years.
Oh, that's true too now.
well, I don't know now. Some parents are comfortable to sleep with their kids with no clothes, like their babies. But
She too
I
big now though. How old is that baby? Like 4, 5?
Yeah, hell no. That ain't no brand new baby. You still
Yeah, she too
breastfeeding. What
big.
is you doing? That don't even sound right.
well, I did want to ask y'all, like, because I know some of y'all are mothers, y'all are women. Granted, you guys are not on a reality TV show, but like, I'm curious though, what are your thoughts on her, like, being able to bring her child on every trip when other people have kids and they're leaving them behind?
Is this fair? Like, is this even what the show is about? Because I feel like when she brings her baby, she almost like uses Brooklyn as like a weapon in a
to get
way.
out. Mm-hmm.
So, what are y'all thoughts on that? Like, do y'all even feel like, Brooklyn should be coming along?
I think that if they're going on a cast trip, then I don't think Brooklyn should be there, and specifically like maybe in the same room as Kenya. But if she feels like, oh, like we're going to a different country, I don't want to leave my baby here because I don't really have family like that to even go check on her if something was to happen with the babysitter, then I do see like Kenya bringing the babysitter like she did on this trip. But I don't think that Brooklyn should be at her room because the situation's like how Marlo banged on the door. And I'm sorry, I am not mad at Marlo for banging on the door. Like Kenya's in there. Kenya heard them. She's blatantly ignoring them. Marlo probably didn't know that the baby was in the room. And if
I don't
Marlo
believe the
didn't
baby
know,
was. I stand by that. That baby was not in there.
Even though it was rude, you and your guests got put out. It's early.
And you
Where
just
they
left
went
them
to go
sitting
eat
there.
right.
or have a drink.
Well,
Why aren't
all
you
right, y'all.
entertaining your guests?
I'm gonna play devil's advocate though, because let's be clear. When they got off the bus, Kenya said goodnight. They all like basically said goodnight also, and they went about their business. I feel like if they had a problem, they should have said something when they were getting off the bus, like, "Oh, where you going, Kenya?" or "Oh, you going in early."
I
Nobody
feel
said
like,
anything.
but the cameras are still rolling. And if the cameras are still up, then that means that
They
Kenya's still
still gotta
working.
work. Right. They still gotta work. And this heifer hiding out in her room. And the bottom line is this is supposedly your trip. So you left the people that you brought down to scenic Birmingham, Alabama, to the no-tell motel, where I clearly would have left my luggage in the tub for fear of bed bugs. And you left them to sit in a lobby, to sit wherever to sit, and you pick a Negro while you go lay up in the room, either crying and throwing a fit or hunching. Now I don't
This
know
the
which one
thing
it
for me
was, but
though.
it was one of the two. It was either a man in there or with nobody in there, because that
Yeah,
baby wasn't in there. Because remember now, according to Skin Your Pores, Miss Kenya Moore, she claimed that Brooklyn was screaming and hollering.
we didn't
We
hear
didn't
it.
hear that. And the microphone is good, high quality, it's expensive. I just want to know, did y'all hear some screaming and hollering coming out that room? Because I didn't. All I heard was Kenya cussing.
I didn't hear any screaming
I
and
didn't hear
yelling.
no baby, But this
So
the
see, if it's
thing.
a lie, Kenya told it.
It's a lie, because Kenya lies, girl.
Yeah,
But
she was just using that
this
as an
another thing though,
example.
to answer his question. Yeah, the baby didn't need to go to Birmingham, Alabama. It's what, a 3-hour drive? She
Yeah.
didn't need to bring Brooklyn to that occasion. Like, why?
But
And
she
you're
tries to use the
working.
fact that she don't have family support or whatever. Never mind the fact that you ran your auntie off by taking them people with their camera to go harass your poor birth mother. That's neither here nor there.
I just don't agree because I feel like if Marlo pulled a stunt and tried to bring her nephews on a trip, the girls would say something. So honestly, it's the same thing. Kenya needs to find a babysitter in what she has and trust the babysitter during the time that she's filming. Now it's different once the camera goes down, but clearly all the ladies were there and they were trying to figure out what the next step is because the cameras are still rolling.
Right. And I
Well,
will say this with the babysitter, y'all. Now, Damon, what was your opinion of that girl? Because I didn't like that girl. Kenya told her to be sharing her location, and that clear girl cut her eyes at Kenya, and I didn't particularly like that.
well, child, I say my child was not be left for her because that
That's
white girl
how I
looked like
felt.
she'll be pinching that baby up at night.
Yep. That's how I felt too. I'm glad it wasn't just me.
Yeah.
But for Kenya to be so much for the culture, she is the culture. That's her tagline, right? I was trying to figure out why her staff and why for her to be in Atlanta, I didn't see no melanin.
Ooh,
Girl,
that's a
you
good
know
point.
Kenya ain't for no culture. Kenya
She
is for
sure
Kenya.
ain't. Yeah, no.
Kenya is only for Kenya. That's number 1 through 10. And 10 through 20, y'all know Kenya color struck as hell now. We ain't finna play crazy.
She is. Oh gosh, she is.
Can
For
we
her to
talk
That's
be,
how
about
that's how she ended up with Captain Nose Ring, because she color struck.
because she color struck. You right
can we
about that?
can we talk about how I'm not Kenya, how Kandi said to Sanya, I don't need you trying to be Marlo's lawyer right now. Like Drew
Yeah,
and
like she
Kenya
wasn't being a
weren't
lawyer, she
just
was mediating.
but even then, Drew and Kenya were already jumping down Marlo's neck because of Kandi. So once one person stands up for Marlo, or even, I don't even feel like
Well,
Sanya
and
really
she didn't
stood
even
up.
stand up. She was just
Yeah.
mediating, trying to like explain. And it's
Right.
like you had she had a whole hissy fit because why you not piling on Marlo? Didn't I give you
Exactly.
a pep talk at lunch? Why didn't you listen to that pep talk and show up and
Exactly.
attack Marlo?
He was like,
And
"Oh,
this
you gonna do this again? Okay, I got you."
and this gave Sonya points for me because I'm like, you stand your ground. Like if Marlo is your friend, you can defend your friend or you can try to mediate between friends. I don't like when people try to
Right.
make you not be friends with somebody just because you don't like them.
It
No,
was
Sonya
that,
has
because
a
you know what
backbone.
got me, y'all, was that fence riding comment. Because what the hell does that even mean? First of all, if she friends with both of y'all, she's not gonna come in and attack somebody because she's friends with both people. So that's not fence riding. That's called actually being neutral and not being phony.
Well, guess what? Let's take it back. Remember when Phaedra and and Kandi were still really cool, but she was also cool with Kenya at the same time. And
Yep.
remember when that situation happened when they were at dinner and Kenya brought the whole allegation about Phaedra sleeping with the African man while she was married to Apollo.
Mm-hmm.
Thereafter, Kandi started to really like become friends with Kenya, even
Yep.
when Apollo came forward and said that when he
Had
said
she
Kenya
was up there
offered to
holding
take
the
the
man's
field,
stuff. Yeah.
right? Candy flipped on Phaedra and said, "Well, I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt, and I'm not gonna do her like that." And then she apologized. So was that not riding the fence? You were best friends with Phaedra, so you did the same thing.
I still ain't got over her letting that man leave stuff at her house. And that's your bestie's ex. Like, are you crazy? I don't care if Todd did want to be friends with him. All he had to say, all she had to say was hell no. And he could have told Apollo, man, I would, but my old lady is friends with your ex, so that's not gonna work. I didn't understand why she was that comfortable dismissing her good friend's feelings, all the while throwing a hissy fit because Phaedra wasn't trying to like fake beef with Nene.
Cause Kandi is not a true friend to nobody but Kandi.
Like Marlo told her, you're selfish.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why she was really mad.
I also liked how Courtney, whenever Drew tried to get Courtney basically to
Yes.
say something bad about Marlo, and
She
Courtney
Courtney
is
shut
was
not
like,
down.
I
with
don't have
it.
no problem with Marlo. I have nothing to say about
Exactly.
She
her.
was
She
like, I'm
shut
not here
that
to talk
down.
about that girl.
And I
I'm
Yep.
love
so sick
that.
of Drew. I want somebody to check her Chicago, check it, check it, check it. I'm sorry. I'm Chicago. I want her to just, as soon as she say that, somebody just gonna
I want
catch her.
somebody to pop her in her mouth too,
Pop
girl.
her in
I
the
thought it
mouth.
was
There you
just
go. I
me.
want somebody to test that gangster so bad. Cause honey, sit
Well,
down. You is a chihuahua. Sit
First
down.
Ruff,
of all, girl,
Ruff
not
already
even
said
a
she'll
chihuahua.
lose.
Y'all,
Oh,
she's a Disney kid. And I need you to remember that you a whole Disney kid while you over here making noise.
It
And
just gave
and
that.
you can get papped up. You trying to go for bad and talk bad like little ghetto Kenya. Kenya little ghetto behind can't fight. Like, please
at
stop.
all.
It gave Drew couldn't think for herself. Like all the ladies who were jumping on Marlo, they weren't saying if Kenya was saying something about Marlo beating on the door with her baby in there. Okay, that's one thing. She wasn't saying anything about herself. She's defending Kandi. Talk about you. Let Kandi
Right.
defend herself. Like I like the fact that Courtney and Sanya and what's Sharee,
Sheree
they
was
have a brain
fighting
of
her.
their own.
Well, Sonya has the potential. If Sonya would just kind of speak up a little more, like she needs to learn, like in this type of show, like you got to speak up. You can't bite your tongue. You can't try to please everybody, and I think that's where Sonya is going wrong. Is she don't want to upset people? Like you can't do that. Like
She
you got to
missed her cue when she was supposed
Well,
to
right.
go off on
I will
Kenya.
say this though. I feel like, hey Cecilia, I feel like, in my opinion, and I have not been the biggest Sonya Richards Ross supporter with her 1 3/4 gold medal. I haven't. However, let me say this. I feel like she was just the right amount of I'm gonna check you. Just the right amount. And the reason I say that is because this wasn't really her fight. You know what I'm saying? But I did point out that I saw a little bit of crazy creeping up in the back of her neck when Kenya made that comment about we'll see if you're worthy of my trust. When she used that word worthy, honey, Sonya, like her eye twisted around like the exorcist. I
That was
feel
My
like
eyebrow
disgusting.
raised too because what do you mean
right.
worthy? Who are you, Kenya?
Nobody, absolutely nobody.
It's
But
the
this,
same person that talks to Moneta like that. That's how she act.
she a nasty little
She
cow.
is
But yet,
very nasty.
but this the thing, right? If you watch Sonya with her mom and her sister, she the same type of person. Like she'll try to, be a people pleaser to keep from having conflict. But you
Yeah.
could see like the crazy right is right under the surface. Cause she was, if y'all remember, even last episode, she was skirting around stuff with her sister. But when her sister kept pushing, like, oh, it's funny, you don't want to, the person you don't want to fight for when I'm gone, it's gonna leave a huge. And Sonya said, well, you said you was leaving anyway. Why would I fight for you? And I saw the little crazy kind of flickered in, but I say, maybe I'm imagining things. But tonight, when Kenya made that comment about see if you worthy, I seen that crazy flicker. That you have to watch people that really try to be people pleasers because when they flip, it don't be cute.
It don't. And I feel like she can probably whoop every person in there.
I
Yeah,
feel
because
like
she in
Sonya was.
shape. Yeah,
I
she
feel
in
like
shape
Sonya.
and
I'm
she
sorry.
young and she in shape and she young. See, Sharee in
And
shape,
she
but she's
quick.
older. And
She'll
she
tear them
older.
up.
She's
She'll tear
older.
them up.
Sheree is older and in shape. Sonya is young, still active and in shape. If that healthy heifer go around there with all her good cardio and start papping people upside the head, it's gonna
I'm
get
telling
rough.
you, it's gonna be real rough.
In response to Pretty Handsome Gang's comment, he said, "It ain't the life coach. Marla been doing this for years, and she started this scream and lied on people. Now want to play victim." Um, I
I didn't see who she
agree. I
lied on,
agree and disagree. I will say
and I
that
ain't seen it.
I think this time, like Marlo said, she's not apologizing anymore. And you know what? I respect
And
that
she ain't
because
kissing no
if
butts.
right, if you're gonna be this person that is gonna, say these things off the wall or say how you feel and not kiss the butt like you said, then just stand on that and keep it moving because I think the issue comes when she tries to backpedal and apologize. And that makes it look like, okay, you're a repeat offender and you're gonna do this same thing over and over again. But if you be like Nene and say what you said and mean it and
I ain't
don't care,
apologizing and stand on it, then they cry. So it's
I
like
said
you
what
Yeah.
I
really can't
said.
win. You can't win with them kind of people because it's like if you come at them real and you stand on it, she's mean, she's a bully. If you say, okay, you say I hurt your feelings, I'm sorry. Oh, see, she's saying she's sorry, but she's still gonna keep it real next week. Yes, and the week after that, and the week after that too. Marlo messed up because she keep apologizing to these raggedy hoes. And like I said last season, and I'm gonna say it again now, they better be glad they dealing with St. Pete and not Ocala. Because if they had to deal with my mouth, every one of them would be over there taking antipsychotics.
I
I
will
really
say
see
though,
now.
I
I
will
wouldn't
say
have left
though,
nothing on the plate. No,
to
I'm
be
being for
fair,
real because like what it really come down to, and like I get Pretty Handsome Gang. Apparently, he team Kandi, Kenya, whatever. That's cool. Everybody like who they like. To me, Kenya did not clock in. Kenya did what she normally do: childish, yelling, screaming, curse words, and acting ghetto. Like that's not clocking in. And I get why Sheree was really wanting them to kind of fix it because it's not fun. Not only is it not fun for them who's interacting, it's not fun for us to watch. It's
that's true.
exhausting.
That's
I
true.
have to, I have literally every Sunday, I have to force myself to turn
Right.
to this god awful show
And
just so I can review it over here on the porch with y'all. Because it's not fun. It's whack as hell.
Right.
and
It's
I agree.
Candy. She takes too much to heart.
I agree. Candy do take two things too seriously. It's like it's her way or the highway. But when I'm watching the show, I feel like the ones who are having fun is Marlo, Sheree, and Sonya and Courtney. Like they're
That's
the ones
it.
who's keeping it lighthearted and fun.
And then you got Club Misery over there. And that's all they want to do is
I
just be
just think
miserable and
that
try. They want to be miserable and try to bully people. And it's like y'all not even good bullies.
I
All
don't
you
know if
do
it's
is like
measurable.
but hold on, they're not even good bullies because what they do is you invite somebody out to lunch or you have a FaceTime call or you meet up with them one on one to cry about them not supporting you and then sit back to see if they attack people for you. You're not even a good bully.
Exactly. And
This
this the
is
thing though.
dumb.
Why? Why do they feel like Sonya gotta get involved in that mess? It's some bull crap.
You know
But
Exactly,
what?
even
because
It's
then,
some bull crap.
But I'm gonna tell you why, L'Oreal. The reason why is the same reason they kept doing with Nene, and that's why, like, the same reason Kandi threw a hissy fit when Portia decided she wanted to talk to Nene, and oh, I miss you. It's been so hard without you. Kandi was mad at that because it was like, okay, we was all supposed to not want to film with her together, and then that way we could ice her out. Kandi and Kenya want to treat the show like it's Survivor, like they can vote people off the island. We just got to get everybody on our side. It's the same bull crap that Giselle and them wanted to do on Potomac with Dr. Wendy, and it didn't work. So it's like, and just like they got mad at Karen and Candace and Ashley for saying we gonna go check on Wendy, Kandi and Kenya are mad forever at Sanya. They mad at Courtney. They're mad at Sharee for still filming and having fun with Marlo because they wanted to try to play Survivor and vote her off the island. And the problem is, at this point, if Kandi can't see production is putting the battery in Marlo's back, like, hey, help yourself, hold everybody accountable.
Right.
I don't know how she don't see it. And I feel like while I'm not a Kandi fan, I feel like the games that Bravo play, especially with black women, we gonna use y'all. You know, you've been there long enough. Even if she wasn't giving nothing, she was a placeholder. She was there, as sis say, to be the anti-Nene or whatever. Now that y'all done got what you could get out of her, you don't want to pay her that much. Now y'all setting up stunts and setting
Yep.
people after her. You never held her accountable before, even after she lied on Kim Zolciak. But now, Marlo, go hold her accountable for everything. And I felt like that was a whole setup.
It was. Now I'm wanted to say this, and this might not be a popular opinion, and this could be a swayed opinion because I'm a florist. If the boy worked for you, now I do feel like she's taking advantage because it's been 2 years and you've been hanging out with this girl and you didn't say nothing to her in private, even without the cameras rolling. Why now is kind of crazy. Or maybe you are
But
just real sugar.
that's what Courtney
That's the
asked her,
part
if you
that get
remember.
me like, eh. But even still, the boy worked for you, and the reason he wasn't working for you is because y'all was closed because COVID, right? 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So when you find out about an employee passing and you are somewhat an associate with Marlo, you know her. She's been to your home. She's all of that.
And this her sister child, yeah.
Why you couldn't send a flower to the funeral, child? I would have
And
for any
and
one of my employees. And it ain't like you
but
had
this
no money to send
but
no
this the
flower.
thing, L'Oreal, right? This is the thing. Now, hold on. We got some
I
trash to
do
take out.
flowers all the
Hold on.
time
No, no, no,
from
no, no.
employers.
L'Oreal, hold on. Press pause, mama. Mods, we got some trash to take out right here. This I think he's calling himself pretty handsome gang while sitting up here, look like he rolling a blunt in a picture. He say we sitting here talking about Kandi while she getting rich or broke people shouldn't laugh. Then son, why the hell are you here? Because you looking real impoverished on this picture. Now, next of all, this is my job to talk about these people on these goddamn shows. And let me tell you something else. Kandi want us talking about her on that show because the people on YouTube, the black people that are reviewing this show, we are the grassroots media, sweetheart. We are the people that get people interested. We are the people that make people that normally wouldn't even turn on Bravo actually say, maybe I should go watch it. So this is what we do. And we don't have to like that hoe, just like I don't have to like you. And furthermore, if you don't like being here, why the hell are you? Now, what it's given is you sitting up somewhere in your mama's house smoking reefer. You better hope she don't catch you and put you out. Now, you make sure you get up tomorrow if that courthouse is open and call and check on your child support payments. Make sure you up to date and try not to get shot by the police, okay? Now, you have a good one. Y'all get that trash up out of here and don't let it back in. Sitting up there looking broke and dingy.
That part.
.com. Now, go ahead, baby. What you were saying, L'Oreal?
Yeah. She said, oh, but I was saying she could have sent a flower. Employers send flowers to funerals all the time. All the time, do them all the time. She could have sent a flower.
Well, what did
Come
you
on,
think
she's
about
not that
her?
friend. Girl, the boy was
What?
working for you.
But tell me this: what did you think about her pulling her dead brother from when she was 15 out of her butt crack at the last minute? What they
It's
got to do
giving
with
too
anything Marlo said?
much. Nothing. Because you know you was in the wrong. You don't really cut for Marlo, so you didn't do that. It wasn't about Marlo. Okay?
But
She
this
just
whole
the
thing could
messenger
have.
let you know the baby died, and it was my nephew. He worked for you. Okay,
That
send
part.
something to the boy mama to the funeral now, and that's all I got to say about that. Really,
Right.
it,
Damon, if
it don't
something
make no
Damon,
damn sense.
hold on. Damon, if something happened to your phone, baby, hit the link again. I don't know what happened. Because it looked like it said devices weren't connected and then it dropped. So if you need to come back, hit the link and come in. Anybody else can too, actually. But yeah,
I just
I get
feel.
that. My attitude though, L'Oreal, and then Jasmine, I'm gonna let you go. I felt like I understand how Marlo could have felt that way. I get it because I feel like she thought her and Kandi were more friendly than they were. Two, she don't. If you know Kandi is selfish, you should know already that she don't care about her employees. Let's be clear. Number three, I get that maybe you didn't know because I have been in situations where I held on to stuff and I didn't know I was holding on to nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But once you realize you held on to that, I could see you having that moment like, oh my God, I didn't know that was still bothering me. But I didn't understand, continuing to feel that way. And I don't want to feel like I'm policing her and her emotions because I promise I'm not. I just feel like at what point do you just get over it and just call it a day and say, okay, this is who this person is. I'm gonna, respect that. I'm gonna just accept, okay, this is who she is, this is how she deals with me, and I'm gonna let that go.
I see both ways though. I see how I could come up and trigger her again. The same type of situation is
I
going
do.
on. I could see. That's
I
why
can
I
see
said
it.
her. She probably just threw it under the rug a long time ago. Like that. Okay, well that's how Candy is. That's who
And it
Candy
came
is, and just go on. But when
and
it
didn't
got
know
brought
how
back
she was
up, you don't
feeling.
want to talk about nothing.
Now,
Here we are
Jasmine,
again, not addressing anything. So I can
hmm
see.
I see it. Jasmine was finna say something. Jasmine, what you was finna say?
Um, I was gonna say, I just feel like this whole thing could have been the same way that Candy had the conversation with Sanya solo, and how Candy said, I'm not that really. What did she say? I'm not a sentimental person or something like that.
Yeah, I'm
She
not
could have
sending.
had. She could have literally had that same conversation with Marlo and been like, "Oh, Marlo, my bad. I understand you may have wanted me to do X,
I
Y,
didn't
and
even know
Z."
that bothered you like that because you didn't
Right.
say it at the time. You kept moving like everything was cool, and that could have been a conversation. It could have been a real conversation.
And it could have made Candy look better, like in a better light. Like, oh man, like I could be a better friend. Thank you for letting me know. Like she actually gives a like she actually cares. But the way that she's
Hmm
dragging it is making her look like the bad person on her own. Like I feel like Marlo lobbed Candy a storyline to flip. Like Candy could have made something out of this, like, but she chose not to. She's just deflecting. And I feel like she has her minions, which are Kenya and Drew, to back her up. So Marlo can't get a word in. Like Marlo was backed against the corner. I mean, she held her own, but even if Marlo
hmm
was wrong in this situation, just the fact that people are jumping on her like that, like I don't like that, you know?
That's true. That's true. Fatty back soup. Thank you so much for the super chat. Say mess with Mama Shanitra if you want to. She will gather your butt right up in the chat when needed. Better act right. You better tell them because I will. And I really don't enjoy having to do that, but I will take out the trash. Everybody is supposed to be being respectful. If you and y'all know what? Didn't I give my disclaimer tonight that if your heart is fragile and you can't stand me dragging your fave, no matter who your fave is, then you should run because I don't spare anybody. I don't. Damon, I know you knew, but baby, I don't spare nobody on this porch. Anybody can get it.
Okay, well then
Tony,
let's be fair then. Now,
because I let everybody get it. Let me read Tony comment, and I'm gonna give you the flow. Tony said people dislike Candy because she got money. They would dislike everybody with money. Newsflash: Candy's not the only person with a coin, right? And she's not even the person with the most coin. I don't know why they keep doing that about this lady with her money. I don't understand it. But go ahead, Damon.
well, I said, well, let's be fair then. I do
Well, baby.
think that it was a stretch with Marlo for the storyline because I think that it makes it look bad on her because she did wait so long to bring this up. It does look like you purposely waited to talk about this for the cameras because her and Candy were fine after that happened. Like they
Yeah,
were around each
I
other, they
agree.
did see each other. So for me, it's kind of like I can get where Candy is coming from to be like frustrated and upset about the whole thing. But what I don't like is that Candy, it's almost like she didn't even give Marlo a chance to say how she really felt. It was almost like, let me just like take her down and, make it like, okay, well, you're wrong, but just give her a chance to explain like how she feel. And it would have looked better on Kandi if she would have just been like, okay, I understand that.
So
Maybe I
what's your
can do
point?
that.
Yeah, like to just say, what is your point? Like literally, and then sit and actually listen to what her point was. Totally get it. I do feel like Marlo should have just let it go. Like it's just not that deep. You moved past it, or you felt like you did. Personally, I'm not a big fan of moving, quote unquote, moving past stuff. I feel like you shouldn't pull the I move past it unless you actually do. And I feel like people should be self-aware enough and honest with themselves. And I'm not saying that because I'm Miss Perfect, because I've been there, but I think people should be self-aware enough and honest with themselves about things that they have not really gotten past. Because a lot of us have done it. I'm guilty. I've done it in the past where you think you passed something because you told yourself you were past it. I don't care about that. But sometimes that's just not true. Okay.
And
And
honestly, that's the textbook Marla. Like that's what her life coach. She need a real psychiatrist, probably.
that's what she needs is a real
Because
psychiatrist.
girl, if you notice how when Marlo argue with you, she dig deep down, way back. But she get mad when other people do it to her. But they have to fight like that against Marlo when they get in an argument with her. Because Marlo take it down to, she try to gut punch you. She gonna take it
Well,
down to every single last thing she know bad about you. She gonna throw it in your face. And
but
so,
is that really a good punch? Because I don't know. I just feel like that's just Florida. That's just kind of what we do. It's like, watch your mouth and it won't be, don't start none, won't be none. Because
true,
it's like, because
but it's
one
oh,
thing about a Floridian, L'Oreal, we real disrespectful. I'm gonna just tell you that we real disrespectful. Ain't nothing out of bounds. If you cross me up, I'm gonna tell you all about your behind. I try not to go there about your churn, but it really depends on what you said to me, to be honest.
yeah,
And
yeah.
so that's just kind of who we are. Okay.
Well,
And that's
I
and
was
that's one of and that is one of the reasons why I feel like people go out of their way to keep real Floridians off TV every time they want to show somebody that's supposed to be Florida is somebody with an accent. They don't never really show the real Florida.
That's true. That's true.
And I think that's part of the reason why. Because that's really, if I'm being honest, that's just kind of who we are. That's how we act. I'm
Well, I
sorry.
will say like Marlo, I think her saving grace though, because if we're being honest, like being on Twitter, like people are really opposed to like the things that she's done this season. And I was just a little scared because I like Marlo and I think that she's like a good addition. Personally, I think she do have to work through some of the way like she react to things. But I'm scared of like, because I don't know how they really make decisions in Bravo to like bring people back. I know they do take the fans' response very seriously, but I think
They don't take it
Marlo's
serious
saving,
enough. They don't
yeah.
take it serious enough because if they did, Robert Dixon wouldn't have a job on Potomac because we all wanted that raggedy, middle-aged, clear man looking heifer gone. But they still got her there. So they don't really care about us. What they want to do is pander to us and pacify us enough so that they can still promote their agendas.
I
Well,
And
think
at
and
the end
Marlo
of
will
the
be.
day, and at the end of the day, the people having a hissy fit for Candy's sake, like that idiot boy who came in here crying. So talking about Candy
Oh,
and she ready
girl.
to go.
Candy
We talking
is
about it.
boring. And
All we
low
gonna talk,
key,
but this is my thing. Just like they do that and all that, them people don't care. If they the ones that set Marlo after them people, they already knew that Candy fans was gonna have a hissy fit. They already knew that. They don't care.
I think
They
Marlo will be back
literally
next
don't
season.
care.
She's good
Huh?
TV. I
Marlo is
think.
not good TV.
I think
Marlo,
she is. She's
girl,
bringing
Marlo
it
is
for the
not giving nothing to me
episode.
neither. I'm
She
sorry.
gave more than Kenya to me. She's giving more than Drew to me. I feel
She
like she's giving
definitely
more than
is.
Candy to
she's
me.
giving one thing she is giving though, what I was gonna say is a comedic relief. And I think that's her saving grace to the whole like audience because even people who I saw like were trashing her, they were like, oh, well, that was funny when she made the jokes about like their outfits. So I think that if Marlo would just like stick to like being like the funny Marlo, like we remember Marlo being like funny. Yes, she still went below the belt, but she was always that comedic relief for us. And I think that when we see Marlo, for me at least, it resembles Nene. I feel like we get some kind of Nene out of her. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't. I
But
don't
there's
see it.
always a
There.
there's
And you know
always a
what else?
villain.
We don't. Let me say this: we don't need another Nene. We had a Nene. They should have paid her, and she'd have signed the contract. So we
But I
don't
will
need.
say this: none of
Hold
them
on,
have the
hold
it
on,
factor.
hold on.
None of them.
What I'm saying is, We don't need a Nene impersonation because they did that the first season after she refused to sign that contract. If y'all recall, we had Cynthia Bailey putting on a blonde wig, which we had never seen in the history of her being on Housewives, and running around flashing her boobs trying to recreate the titty slip moment that Nene had. Like literally what we are seeing these people do while they, finish killing this show is we're watching them try to emulate the things that Nene did naturally to make the show interesting. They keep trying to make up fights because Nene had so many like interactions with people that were kind of volatile and it was interesting and it had so many iconic moments and memes and everything to come out of that. You can't recreate that. And that lady brought more than just drama and one-liners and memes and, facial expressions and bloops and this and that. But like they're trying to summarize her entire offering to Bravo as those things. And that's what Kandi and Kenya thought that they could just recreate by arguing with people. And it's not working.
I like Marlo for the show because I feel like every season there's a villain or there's always someone that everyone's against almost every season. Like, so it just so happens that it's Marlo this season. It was Marlo last season. Who knows what it's going to be next season?
Marlo again next season because, girl, it's boring. It's
Marlo's boring or the show?
You know what? I would have rather them had kept LaToya forever. And I hate to say that. They could have kept her and not brung Drew. What is Drew giving?
Not Toyota forever.
More than Kenya?
Toyota forever was fun. At least she brought the fun.
I didn't like Toyota. She was not fun to me.
Drunk Kenya, honey. They had a blast. I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't like Toyota. I didn't like Toyota at all. She was another try hard. She came in doing way too much.
Drew's giving more this season than Kenya is, and we've seen Kenya more.
That's true.
No, I will say now. What happened to Marlo building that house? Because we ain't seen nothing else about that.
She went on an interview and said that after her house got broken, the one that she's in now, when it got broken into by the armed robbers, that they also her site where she's building the house, that address was already on social media. So she said that she stopped building there. She's going to build somewhere else.
Makes sense. Well, one thing about it, we know she got the coin, honey.
Yeah, I was like, she ain't broke now.
I'm sure she'll find something that she
Now, did y'all see when Sanya was asked? She was on Carlos' podcast, and she was asked basically who would her dream cast be, and she basically
we talked about that at the beginning of the stream. And the fact that Kandi threw a whole hissy fit over it for no reason. Like,
I just kind of felt like she's a grown woman. Like, I think Kandi is like surprised, like, well, why this girl choosing somebody else over me, kind of thing.
So who did she say she preferred? Because I didn't see it.
She really said it nice, in my opinion. She was just basically talking about people she wanted to work with.
She even said, but I'll bring Kandi back. She said, I'll bring Kandi back. So she was trying to still be nice, but Kandi is like, either you are totally with me or you're against me.
Kandi want fans. And then she had the nerve to say, well, she talking as a fan. You don't even know these people. Girl, bye. She didn't say she knew them.
Who was she trying to get back on the show?
Phaedra.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, anytime somebody say Phaedra name, Kandi go to foaming at the mouth.
Oh, okay.
But then I just felt like it was just too much because that was just like a question, like for her dream cast. Like, she just kind of ran with that.
That was a good cast. That was a good cast.
Right.
Because I don't know what they doing now. That was a good cast.
Okay, tell me about y'all thoughts on that stuff that happened with Sukihana, and they were saying that DJ A1 and like
no. We're not doing that tonight. We did that the other night.
Oh, I'm behind. And see, I just got on the channel.
I know. And listen, if somebody got mad at me for calling it out, tried to report my video and it didn't even work, but they tried, child.
See, I'm gonna be keeping up with the channel.
I just wish that production never put that battery in Kandi's back of not allowing Phaedra to work on Housewives with her. Like, I don't feel like they should have gave her that I don't even know what you would call it.
They threw her a bone. And then it's like they wanted Phaedra to apologize, and Phaedra was not apologizing because I feel like Phaedra didn't tell no lie. And if I was Phaedra, I wouldn't apologize either. What the hell am I apologizing for?
Yeah.
Right, and the one who was actually saying stuff, which was Portia, was on
But
the next
Portia didn't
season.
even say nothing. Portia told her what
No,
she
she brought
heard.
it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The person who actually said it on camera.
How do y'all feel about Sharee being with Apollo? Apollo's such a good friend every time you look up.
Is it every time or that was last season?
Well, he was just at that party.
Oh, he
At
was
her
at a
house?
party?
He
I
wasn't at a
didn't know.
filming. He wasn't filmed, but he was just at a house
Oh,
party for New Year's. He be chilling with Sheree. He be at her
I
house and stuff.
mean, well,
Well,
Her and Phaedra ain't best friends, so it's cool if he hang out. Like I don't like. I'm not one of those people. I don't feel like just because we had friends in common, if I quit talking to him, you can't talk to him or whatever. Phaedra, you don't see Phaedra and Sheree kicking the bobo. They never pretended to be friends like that. It would be weird to me if Portia was inviting him out after they were freaking frack. It would be strange. Like it was strange to me when Kandi was over there hiding his goods from the feds at her house. I thought that was strange. But Sheree ain't never been her bestie, ain't never pretended to be. So, you
I
know,
just feel like Apollo be trying to find a way to get back on the show, on any show, because ain't he supposed to be on Love and Hip Hop this season?
he was
is he?
on the couples
Is.
retreat, and they were actually pretty interesting.
Girl, he trying to mix his way any way he can. That's why I
He
say,
want
look
to be
at
on TV. He
he
wants to
want to
be
be
a
back on TV.
personality.
Uh-huh.
I never liked him. Y'all know I got a thing about, poverty stricken men. I don't really care for them. And I just couldn't with that. I didn't understand what the hell Phaedra was doing with him in the first place. It was all very confusing.
Will
It
y'all be
was.
tuned into Married to Medicine? Because Phaedra's going to be
God
on there.
forbid.
Ooh, I'm
No,
gonna be tuned in, Chad.
I will not. And I will not discuss it on my porch.
You don't
What
like
you
the
mean? Why?
you don't like Married to Medicine?
L'Oreal, you not new. You know why? They stole a whole show from a black woman. What do I look like supporting that?
Oh, you talking about for from
The way they treated Mariah, absolutely not.
Mariah. And you look, Mariah
That
has been
woman, that woman literally
exactly.
had that woman literally had to sue those people to get her money
She
after they
did.
stole an entire show from her and had the nerve to do a spinoff and then treat her nasty on the show she created. Yeah, I'm good. I'm not supporting it and I'm not wishing them nothing good.
And that's pretty much the same thing Carlos done to Melody Hope though.
I
Mm.
mean, that ain't got nothing to do with me because I don't watch that show either.
Now, you should tune into Bell Collective because that is good.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh,
I
okay.
missed it the other day.
Do y'all think there'll
I
be a day where Marlo and Kenya will be friends?
Who
no.
cares? I mean, to
Yeah,
me,
don't nobody care
Kenya
about Kenya.
came in when Kenya first came into the show. It was good because she had been, she didn't care. She had a mouth on her. She didn't care nothing about nothing.
I didn't
I
like her
Kenya
when
is
she first came
tired
on.
now. To me, she's
She was
tired.
tired when she came on. Her feet was ashy. She was
Her
doing
feet
too
was
much. She was
ashy.
around here twirling, talking about going with the wind, fabulous. That never sounded cool. It always sounded corny. Like I don't like corny chicks, and it just never did it for me. Never.
I wonder
Oh,
if Candy ever gave Kenya some suggestions on trying to get her butt fixed.
Oh,
everybody probably has because it looks a
oh.
mess.
Now listen. Now y'all know that's one thing. I really have sympathy for
Yeah,
Kenya
okay, we ain't gonna start on it then.
because you know I have sympathy. Y'all are so rough about that girl's
I
butt.
feel like that could be a good storyline for her, like not in the sense of like
She might not want to
just
share
for her.
that with y'all. Look how
I
mean
see
y'all
That's
what you're
got
true.
her
saying,
about her
Jasmine,
booty.
though. I see what you're saying, Jasmine. Like,
Like
she
if
could,
she
like,
like
get a
open some
reduction, go to the
light, yeah.
hospital.
Well, I'm saying like if she like shed some light in a sense because it's obvious, like everyone sees it, whether we know it's real or fake, who knows, whatever. But if it is fake and if there is something going
Girl, that
on,
ain't
it'll
no
be a
filter.
nice story.
Say, low key, when the doctor was talking to her tonight, did y'all think about that plastic surgery she got?
No, I didn't.
I
Y'all
did.
mean. Y'all are
No,
mean
I'm
When
like
she
saying like
said
that.
to
your
help the
body,
younger
that's the first thing
girls.
I thought about. She said
I'm
your
saying
body
like
can
to help
take
the younger
it.
girls, like if there is something wrong, like if she did something, then she can like share her story so that way it can influence the people who are up under her to
I get
possibly not
it,
do the
but I
same
also
thing.
feel like that's an invasion of that woman's privacy. I feel like that's way too, you know what I'm saying? Something like that. The person would need to feel comfortable sharing
Right.
that much
All
of
of
their
them don't
personal.
admit it that they had
Well,
You know what I'm
here's
saying?
Yeah,
the
I agree.
Everybody, and I feel like everybody's not that comfortable. And like I said, even though I may not care for her character, she's still a woman. Like at the end of the day.
Right.
I
Well,
agree, but I just feel like I feel I'm one of those people like if you're someone's constantly gonna if that's the thing that you're gonna go to, if you're gonna like yell at me or cuss me out, point out stuff about me, I'm just gonna out myself. Like rather than you outing me or trying
right.
to embarrass me, I'm gonna do it myself. And I
I
feel
get
like
that.
that's what Candy don't do. Like she don't. That's why people when as soon as someone mentions that, it's over. Like what does she say? She has no defense really. So it's like
Well,
out yourself. Like you're fine if she's a beautiful woman. You know what I mean? Like she looks good.
but
Girl, Kenya
Jasmine,
have low self-esteem.
we've been watching Kenya long enough to know that that Kenya don't really live in reality. Okay.
At all.
And so, this is the same lady that tried to pretend like she really wasn't wearing contact lenses when we know your eyes wasn't that color.
Oh my
I
God,
don't wear wigs and then
forever.
but hold on. And then I don't wear wigs, but got mad when little Tanya from Canada showed that you had that U part wig. Like we wasn't already seeing them wigs on you. You know what I'm saying? So she has a hard time coming to terms and just saying, look, this is what it is. The stuff that she knows are flaws or she considers flaws, she tries to pretend it's not there. She gets angry and defensive. Like when Marlo did that at the Drop It with Drew thing and told her about her blow up booty, and she was like, I'm a perfect Barbie doll. Like, girl, you not. Stop playing. Own your flaws. Like it's more powerful to own it, but Kenya's not at a place where she can do that. And I don't really want to villainize her for that, but I will say that it's gonna keep her weak and it's gonna keep her whack because she's not able to just come to terms and be real with her flaws. Like me, I got a flat nose, my booty is way too big. I needed to come on down. I got some stuff going on, and I can own it. But I don't think she's at a place where emotionally she can do that. Paula Alexander says losing someone doesn't work like that. You always keep those things bottled up till something happens. Candy should have at least been courteous after the death of Marlo's nephew. I agree, I do, but I just feel like once she saw that lady wasn't interested in giving her that, Paula, you have to at some point accept that person is not going to do that for you.
Right. That's
Okay.
just not who she is. So I think that for Marlo to say, oh, she should have catered OLG and she should have paid for the funeral, like that was a bit much. Like you can't expect that from her. And I don't think they were that close. I think they were cool, but they were never like, from what I could see, like close. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like how her and Phaedra
But
were.
they mentioned a lot of stuff that didn't happen on camera too. So it's giving me they had a lot more interactions than what we saw in front of that camera. What I get from it though, I agree with you to like most of what you're saying, in that if they weren't that close, but I think because they did have more interactions and Kandi is phony, I think Marlo really thought that was her friend. And that ain't how
Well,
Kandi felt. Like
well,
that's
let's
what it's
be
giving.
well, okay, so we holding Candy accountable. What about all the other ladies? Do you think
Okay,
anybody else should have
but
showed up the same way?
okay, but now let me ask you this: who told you they didn't? I'm gonna
That's
wait
true.
here.
We just speculating now.
But that's my whole point. You didn't hear her say, "Ain't none of y'all hoes showed up for me." No, she didn't say that. She was like, she
But you know,
felt like,
Marlo's
hey,
very vocal. I would expect her to say, "Well, Candy didn't do this,
no,
but
no,
Sharee did that." You know what I'm saying? But Sharee it didn't
I
sound
don't
like
think
she said
so.
Sharee did that.
But you got to look at Sheree and Marlo were never friendly. Sheree and Marlo just got friendly. Or did you forget about the whole Africa trip and that weird argument where they were just making noises? They weren't friendly like that. They just got friendly. So you wouldn't expect somebody that you're not friendly with to reach out and be like, "Hey, girl, how y'all doing over there?" Or, I'm going to swing by the house and check on y'all. Let me get your sister phone number. Like Marlo said, she could have said, "What's your sister number? Let me call her." Nothing. So I honestly, like, I agree with what Paula Alexander was saying in the chat, where, she would have expected her to reach out. I get all of that. I do. And I'm not judging Marlo for it. I just feel like, at what point do you tell yourself the truth that it ain't what you thought it was, sis? You thought she was really your friend. That's why you was willing to turn on your actual friends and do dirty stuff to people, because you thought that girl was your friend. You didn't know Kandi was being phony and playing the game and pretending to be your friend. You didn't get that. I'm not sure why she didn't get it, but she didn't get that.
Child.
Kandi ain't her friend, and she needs to accept it and move on. Like, I'm not being callous, you know. I don't feel things the same way after my parents passed. I don't, and I'm honest about it, working on it. But even with all that being said, a big part of me really feels like you at some point have to accept who you are to people. And you have to accept that who they are to you may not be who you are to them.
Well,
Before my
somebody
mother
said in the
passed,
chat. Hmm.
before my mom passed last year in May, maybe a few months before that, she called me and she was crying. And my baby was hurt because I kept telling her about her evil sisters for years. My daddy tried to tell her, I tried to tell her. She just wouldn't listen. She adored her sisters. They were everything to her. And it wasn't until, maybe months before she died, not even a whole year, but months leading up to it, she found out all the nasty stuff they had said about her. The fact that they really didn't love her like that. And it broke my baby's heart. But at some point, and I'm saying the same thing about Marlo that I said to my precious mother, baby, you got to accept that everybody don't love you like you love them, and it's okay. It's not
And
nice, but that's just a part of life. And y'all welcome all my days to the royal family, please. Go ahead, Damon. What you was finna say?
welcome on my days. We just started together because I just came a part of the crew today. But I was just gonna say, yeah, you're right. You can't expect you can't make nobody be somebody they're not. I feel
You
like
can't.
Marlo is looking for Kandi to change and become somebody she is not. She already made it clear that's just not how she reacts to things. So I feel like we are holding the show back by harboring on the same situation. Like we have to move
Right.
past it. Like they're not going to squash it. Kandi is not going to apologize. Marlo is going to stand on what she said. Let's just move on. Let's plan a trip. Let's go ahead and hang out somewhere. Let's not sit and try to hash this out because it's not going to be they're not going to fix it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's my thing. Like, I'm not knocking her for how she feels. Her feelings are valid. Everybody's feelings are valid, whether they're real, imagined, or whatever is real to you. And I respect that. Hey, Pink Rosa. Cecilia said, I agree with Shanitra. Kandi wasn't Marlo's friend. Marlo wanted Kandi to be that friend. So she's in denial, basically. And she probably feel dumb because ain't no telling what all conversations done went on behind closed doors. And she definitely, like, for a hot minute, had turned on Nene for these tramps and then went to attacking Portia for him and everything because she thought that was her friend.
But Marlo didn't take the memo though. Like she wanted her to turn on Nene, and she tried to get her the opportunity to get her own show to get up off of this one. And yeah, no, you stayed, honey, and
Well,
finally
she
got you a
stayed
piece.
because she,
You
yeah.
didn't take the clue. Yeah.
But the thing is, it's like you got to look at Marlo knew Kandi before she got on the show because she was going with Candi's god brother. I think
Uh-huh.
Kandi felt some type of way like you was going with my god brother. So when you came on this show, you should have been my friend. But for whatever reason, her and Nene clicked better.
All right.
And that's just what it was. And Nene, when it comes to Nene, Kandi is kind of uncontrollable. Everything in her mind is, oh, I'm competing with Nene. Even if Nene didn't even know she was alive, in her brain, she was competing.
And that is a mess.
But people do that.
They do.
Yeah, they'll have a whole competition with you that you don't know nothing
And they,
about.
uh-huh. Good.
So do y'all think that the cast should stay the same like for our next season, or would y'all try to switch it if you were in charge of casting? What would you do? Would you keep the
If I
same
was
or
in
just
charge,
switch?
I would. If I was in charge, I would end this show. I'm literally sitting up waiting and hoping and praying for the end of this show
Why?
because they're horrible
I
people.
can't.
They're
I wouldn't
nasty
say that.
people. They're terrible people. The show is garbage. I'm tortured every Sunday that I watch it. And so therefore, I'm going to be real excited when they finally cancel it.
I personally think that Kandi and Drew can go. I think that everybody else can stay. I think that Kandi and Drew. Well, Kenya can go too. Honestly, But then again, I always feel like Kandi has potential still to bring so much, but she's blocking out a big part of her life. It seems like she only wants to show us like the businesses and again, successful black woman, and she's doing amazing. But all of that is not enough to supplement
That's
your
not a show.
storyline. That's just
It's
not
it's not a
enough.
show. It's just not a show, is what it's not. And
The
the
whole show
thing
is not
is,
short.
and they've given her, because these are them things they give her are not even legit spinoffs. They're like infomercials. So they give her these infomercials, like 4 or 5 episodes to show her businesses, and nobody watches them because it's like, who the hell wants to see those restaurants? Like, nobody. The ratings are always garbage. Nobody's looking.
Well, Jasmine, who would you get rid of?
Wait, hold on. Why I gotta get rid of anybody? No, I'm just kidding.
You know you're gonna get
um,
rid of somebody.
well, let me say this. I do. If I was Candy, I'd be doing the same thing. Honestly, if I don't have to give a lot and still get paid and still get the respect from like the behind the scenes management, production, whatever, I do the same thing. So I'm not even gonna. I can't even put too much on Candy. I just don't like to see it. It's not entertaining for the viewer. But if I were her, I honestly would do what she's doing. But
But how
I
frustrating
would.
is it though when you see now that production, the same people who let you slide all this time is now kind of turning on you?
I know that's why she needs to make the exit herself, the way so she can do it the way that she wants to do it instead of having them frame her a certain way. But
Mm.
if I could choose the casting, I would keep Marlo at least for one more season. If one more season, because I need her to be cool with people. I need a
I mean,
season where
she's
she's
been there for
actually
10
cool.
years. She may as well stay. Ain't like she just got there. She been there.
I feel like Marlo, because she kind of is refreshing whenever she's on her own, in my opinion. But I would keep Marlo. I would get rid of Sharee. I like Sharee, but she's been on there for a long time, and I feel like someone else can come in. Maybe get rid of Sharee and add Courtney.
Ew.
You don't like Courtney?
I like her, but we're going to get rid of Sheree to add Courtney. Why not get rid of Drew to add Courtney?
Because I still want to get rid of Drew anyways and add somebody else.
Mm.
I think Sheree is like kind of becoming the anchor. Like she's trying to bring the girls together.
She
This
really
season,
is.
If
this
she
She
season,
didn't
but
do
really
last
that
is.
season,
brunch,
no.
what would we be? Where
This
would this be
season,
going?
yes, but last season, no. And this, no. I don't feel like Sheree is. I know she's an OG, but I don't feel like she gave all of the seasons that she was on there. And I don't. I feel like this season for her is way better
She
than
gave
last
more than
season.
Candy. She gave
That's
more than
true.
Candy every season.
This
Yeah, her and
my
Candy can go.
problem. My problem with Sheree is she came by Martell on the first show, and where's Martell? They ain't said another word about Martell. Is that storyline just gone?
Now, Carlos said Martell could only film 2 episodes and that's it. Because he on Love and Marriage.
But that does not keep her from talking about it. She ain't said another word about the man.
Well, see, that was the
I didn't
problem.
want. I didn't want to hear about Franklin the Turtle. I didn't want to hear
But
about
this
it.
is my
And then
thing
I
with
saw that
Sheree is I don't trust
Then I
her for.
heard that. Then I heard that Sheree's supposed to end up over there on their show.
She been over there. But this is the thing. She was on one episode so far. I don't know if she coming back now. But so far, one episode. But this is the thing for me and Sheree is that it kind of give Kenya with the fake storylines of the boyfriend.
Yep.
Like that's my hold up with her is I don't want to go through this again, baby. What was the other guy name? And did he say that was
Tyrone.
Tyrone, girl? And for Tyrone to say
See,
she
I'm getting tired of your. Oh,
okay, girl, and then your daughter don't even know what Tyrone looked like, but y'all supposed to been in this whole long relationship. And she said,
girl,
"That's
he was in
Tyrone."
jail. He was in jail. The daughter wasn't making no jailhouse visits now.
She ain't supposed to make no visits, but the pictures was up on the blog. Remember that picture with Sheree and him when she went to go visit
I
was up
know.
on the blog.
I'm just joking. You know them
I'm
children
just
ain't studying
saying, your daughter
Sheree.
ain't never seen a picture of the man. You got pictures out here for the world to see. And she
Cause
said, "Oh
that
wow, that's Tyrone."
L'Oreal, that should let you know them kids don't care. Cause if they care, they'd have seen it on the blog too.
They don't care because they knew it was a fake storyline. To me, it was a
Hmm.
dead giveaway when the baby said, "Oh, that's him," and he's standing behind him. Chad, no.
What y'all think about Sonya and like her family dynamics? I think they're cute, but I just feel like I don't know, like it's like she's in, then she's out. Like 1 minute she's saying, "Well, Ross wants y'all to leave, and we want this, we want that, we want to have a
She
baby,"
just
but
trying to
then
be a people pleaser. I forgot you missed a lot of these conversations. She just a people pleaser. That's all. She need to get them people out of there before she piss her husband off.
I think she getting a voice a little bit, but I would love to see Portia come back to the show. And you know what? I wouldn't mind Portia's friend to get a peach. What's her name? Shamia.
right,
Shamia,
Shamia.
Shamia, Shamia is never going to get a peach. Shamia does not want a peach. Her husband will not allow her to get a peach. So that's never
Oh,
happening.
okay.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Well,
Would y'all
he's
That
bring
is a
smart.
Would y'all
nonsense.
bring back Claudia Jordan?
Yes,
Oh
Hell no.
no,
Hell
yes.
no. Don't nobody want
I
Clawfoot. Clawfoot get
she not
fired
gonna
from
give
everywhere.
nothing either.
I
Yeah,
say
I ain't got
yes
nothing for
only
Clawfoot.
because
First of all, that heifer is a colorist whore with cracked up feet. You don't like black women. Stop trying to play black women for a job. You get fired off every job you get. You got fired off Ricky Smiley. You done got fired from Flop Soul. You got fired off RHOA. Girl, go away. I don't want to see no more of that colorist clown with that claw foot.
I did
Absolutely
not
not.
know she got fired from Fox
If
Soul,
you
no,
don't
girl.
like,
she
What?
did not get
if you
fired.
don't like,
What
it don't
happened
matter.
was they
Let me
canceled
tell you,
cocktails.
I don't care.
Oh.
If you cancel the show, that is firing. And my point is this: when you're that colorist, that you got to talk about people being black and you can only see their teeth, and your comments about y'all show do like watermelon. Well, we sure don't want to see your half breed, as Nene said, colorist tail over here trying to eat off black women. Absolutely
When
not, ho.
she said that about the housewives?
No, she
No, I
said
think she
that
was like on a.
it was a live video, and she went to a candy shop and they were walking through looking at the flavors like, "Oh, they got watermelon. Y'all show like watermelon." And I was really disgusted. Like, here we go again with your colorist funky tail. That's why we don't like you now, Clawfoot.
Oh no,
Sitting
I
up
never
there
saw
looking
that.
with that booty
Uh,
chin. Bump that claw-footed hooker.
No, I never
Hell
saw
no.
that.
She
Well,
ain't
I,
Claudia
finna
didn't
eat.
really
I don't
give
want to
when
see
she was
her.
on the show to
I
me
don't
neither.
want to see her eating off now another black woman.
Mm.
Absolutely not. Nothing for
Mm-hmm.
her.
I
Tell her to
will
go
bring her
find, and
back.
she like she went to categorizing people as black, and she's one of the beige people. Go make some money with some beige people.
But I like
Somebody.
Courtney. Keep Courtney. Bring Portia back.
Yeah, Courtney, all right.
Sonya can stay only because I feel like if she can fully get her voice out and we see more of truly Sonya might be some fun.
I
I
think that
like Sonya's husband because he didn't
Sonya
play
Tanya
needs
that
like
seemed
a
messy.
pretty cool
Portia.
for the most part.
Yeah, yeah.
Sonya needs a Portia to like bring her out some more
So
because
somebody to bring her out. There you
right
go.
to have fun. Like I think that she's trying to like get out there and like open up and branch out. Like how Phaedra
It's hard
started
to
to
have
like.
fun when you But it's
Hmm,
hard to have fun when you're surrounded by miserable people. Candy and
That's
that's
she
what we
are
true.
wet
saying. They got to go.
They
Kenya
gotta go.
tired. As much as Kenya gave fun when she first kind of came, she's tired.
Kenya and Candy
And
just
Candy,
they gotta
yeah.
go. I'm
Bye,
sorry. Like,
Candy.
I try to be fair and like say, well, maybe this, maybe that, but they're bringing a dark energy on
wet
the show.
blankets. Wet blankets.
And I'm
It's
not going to take away from Marlo being who she is and like, doing things that don't make sense. But at least Marlo gives us like funny moments and things like that. And she's trying to have fun,
she
even
gonna
at
give
the
you some
table.
funny. She gonna give you some fun, some funny, some fashion. She gonna give you all of that and some ignorant Florida. Now
And she literally said,
I'm still upset about the moose boots and and the fact that she couldn't say crucify. Like that was, I was like, okay, Marlo.
but I give Marlo this. At the table, she said, I'm willing to move on and I can coexist with these ladies. At that point, Kenya and Candy should have been big enough to say, same here, move on. But
They would
instead,
see
they started picking with her.
but Damon, you missed what happened by Marlo taking that energy and that attitude. It's the same thing she did at the reunion. It takes all of the fight away from them. Like they don't have any justification because Marlo's not coming back at you. you. The
Exactly.
whole, you know what? I respect you guys. I'm cordial. I can be cool. All that do is set them off. It's like, oh my
Yeah, they
God,
don't
why
like it.
won't she
They
argue?
don't like
Mhm.
They hate when they can't goat you into a fight. They get
Mhm.
lost. They don't know what to do. That's why all of them got triggered and started yelling obscenities. Like that was the tackiest, most classless display. And then the fact that Drew Sidora sat over there, Miss Head and Shoulders herself, called a woman childish for removing herself from a childish situation.
Well, didn't when she was in the driveway with her husband after her son was playing basketball, didn't she said something like, "Oh, I would beat her up or fight Marlo or something"? Like, I'm from Chicago. She
Yeah,
was like saying something like
yeah,
that.
she did. She did. And then that's when her husband was like, you know, you can't beat Marlo.
And then in the
He
parking lot with
TKO'd her.
Kenya and the other girls, they were like talking about how they would like fight Marlo, and Kenya was like hitting her, like I would hit her in the throat. That was aggressive.
Because they're ghetto hood boogers. And then you can't expect nothing but hood booger behavior from hood boogers.
As much as they say they don't like Marlo, I mean, they've spoken about Marlo almost every scene. And
Yeah.
it's like maybe they kind of do respect her in some sort or find her of some sort of importance.
They don't have nothing to
No,
talk
they
about.
don't. They don't respect her. Or find no importance. They just attacking her, and it's
Yeah, they
like
don't
okay,
have
and
nothing
I
else to
and I
talk
feel
about.
like they're attacking her really, really bad because it's not working. They're not getting people to jump on the bandwagon like they want to. Their weird cult of fans is not enough. L'Oreal, I got feedback from you. You got me playing in the background.
Uh-uh.
Oh, maybe she on the earpiece. Yeah, just like when you're not talking, do the mute because it's giving real feedback.
Okay.
But I think that they really are upset. Like they getting triggered for real because it's not working. You heard what Kandi told Sanya. Like it's because we see through Marlo and y'all still playing with her. Like they're not playing with her. They just don't have a problem with her. And it's like they want to force everybody to have a problem with this lady. And so that's why you hear them talking about her nonstop. They're trying to run a campaign like let's hate Marlo, and they're getting frustrated because it's failing.
Well, I like Sonya because Sonya got a backbone and she's speaking up for herself, and they don't like that. And I like that Sonya is not going to just go for anything. She's not going to just be easily persuaded. Like how Kenya is like serving Kandi, and Marietta is like glued to Candy's hip and do whatever she say. I'm glad that Sonya is like, I have a mind of my own, and you're not going to tell me what to do.
Yeah, I think Sonya saw how ridiculous she looked last season trying to be a tryhard. And I think she don't want to look like that no more because she did look ridiculous. The way she kind of created a beef with Drew that didn't exist, that was ridiculous. But, sometimes, and that's why I always say, like, very seldom will I see somebody their first season and be like, oh, get rid of them. Because you got to give them a chance to see how they look on screen. Give them a chance to see how they look. And once you see how you look, let's see how you kind of correct. Because Dr. Wendy course corrected real heavy on Potomac. Sonya definitely course corrected really good. So, I'm just like, give them a minute, let them see how they look before we conclude.
Palaver girl, join back because you may have something you want to add, and we can bounce off of you.
Child Palava girl come up every now and then. She jump in when she wants to. I don't know, but sometimes her mic don't be working, so I don't know. She'll come back if she want to holler.
So, Jasmine, who's your favorite on the cast right now?
Honest. Let me think. On the cast right now, my favorite would probably be Sharee.
Ooh,
I can
why?
see
It
that. I can
because for
actually
this
see that.
season, she's glowing. I don't know, like even the whole scene with Martell, like I don't know if it's fake or what, but she just looks good. She looks happy. Her reads are there. Like I don't know.
Yeah, her reads definitely. I feel like Martell is helping her write her reads. Like Sheree ain't never been good with it. She always go to stuttering like Porky Pig. All of a sudden,
Listen,
this
that
Sheree is
that
not
biscuits and
stuttering.
bullets.
Sheree, yeah, bullets or biscuits. Like all of a sudden, Sheree got a slick mouth. Since when? I feel like Martell writing her reads for her. But I like her this season. Sheree is kind of hit and miss for me. But this season, she seems to be all right. Like she holding her own. Um, I feel like she got the memo from production too, if I'm being honest.
Absolutely. Even from first episode, second episode, when
Yep.
she was dealing with all that Kenya DM, whatever, she handled
Yep.
it very well.
Yeah, it
Y'all,
was like she got the memo from production. Something is like, I feel like if Kandi and Kenya do not see what these people are doing, they are as dumb as they look.
Her, whenever she's bringing people over, she has food for them and all this other stuff. Remember the last season, wasn't they saying she's like broke or something? I don't know, but and saying she didn't pay
Mm,
for stuff with Drew. I think it was a
Well,
party or
it's
something.
Sheree. Yeah, Drew said that about Sheree, but Sheree has a reputation for not paying people.
Yeah,
Now
I feel like this
she had a
season she's like
she
trying
had
to
a
change
whole
that.
lien on her. She had a whole lien on her property behind a landscaping bill. So Sheree kind of gave herself that reputation now.
I feel like she's trying to change the perspective of like I guess what she was known for, and it's kind of working. She looks good. I don't know. She's been sporting her She by Sheree. Her website's been up. I
Yeah.
feel like she just took some cues. I don't know, but I feel like she's she's growing as a housewife, and that's good.
y'all
How
see
that
next
looking?
week, Kandi is
Yeah, I saw the She by Sheen when she said that. And that's another reason I don't really dig Kandi. So you go on social media to see what we say about somebody to try to come back and replay it. Like, girl, replay the fact that you still the Billy Goat does. Replay that. While you trying to roast people like Kandi really killed me. For somebody as roastable as her, she need to stop trying to roast people. Like, she way too roastable.
She can dish it, but she really can't take it. That's Kandi.
At
Like
all. And
she
she's
gets
so roastable. She is so roastable. Like, you ain't even got to work hard to roast Kandi. Like, the roast just started, like, the roast was, it's self roast.
I'm still shocked about her talking about her and Todd's like sexual life. Like that was something.
I'm
I
not shocked by
mean,
nothing she say about sex. That's all she want to talk about is cringy.
I want Sheree. I want this to be Sheree's last season, and I want her to grow from Housewives. Like I feel like now will be a good exit, like permanent exit, gracefully. She did good on the show. She looks good. She has a grandbaby, like a good wrap up story.
but
Child,
where
Sheree
else
is
she
not
gonna
leaving
work
that
at?
check.
What's she gonna do?
Sheree is not leaving that check until the check ain't there. And that's just that on that.
Same for Kandi. Kandi ain't going nowhere until they
Till that check
literally throw
ain't
her
there.
out.
Right. If they don't say we taking the check, them broads gonna stay there and keep getting that check. And I'm not mad at that either. A check is a check. I just feel like Kandi gonna have to loosen up and get over the fact that people are more than likely now going to be calling you out on stuff because that's what production wants them to do. I need her to go ahead and digest that.
I just feel like Sheree is not prepared to leave the show. Like she's not set up with like she got She by Sheree, but that thing ain't doing like we really would hope it is. Like
Sheree gonna be
kinda,
fine. Her mom, you not understanding. Thelma got plenty of money. Sheree will be just fine.
oh, I didn't know Sheree came from money.
Yeah, Sheree ain't po. She just
Okay.
don't like to pay people.
There's a lot of avenues that Sheree can do, especially just by her working out and all this stuff. And she could be I don't know, a radio personality. She could start a
Sheree
podcast
ain't
like
gonna do.
Kandi.
Sheree ain't finna do none of that. You ain't figured out
I don't
Sheree
think
don't
she's
have
going
no.
to. No, I
Sheree
don't
don't
think
have
she's
no
going
real.
to.
Sheree don't have no real good work ethic. Sheree likes to be pretty and work out and buy clothes. Now, okay, she worked for Thelma.
Did y'all see she was on Angela? Oh Lord, I can't even say it. I'm
Angela
stuttering like
Yee.
Marlo. I'm stuttering like Marlo. She
Angela
was on
Yee.
Angela Yee's show,
Yeah.
and her nose and face look different.
Yeah, we all were talking about that and the fact that Kandi tried it with Drew. Yeah. I keep forgetting you done missed so much. Oh my
I
God.
miss so much, but I ain't gonna miss nothing coming after
Look here,
today.
this your new family. You just gonna have to be here when we here now.
But I'm gonna need you to watch Bell Collective because it's a lot to unpack.
Hi,
I don't
Shanita.
know. Hey, Palava
Hey,
girl.
Hi, sorry about. No, I was listening to you guys, and you guys were making all the points that I wanted to talk about, so I was just listening.
Man,
oh
you
no, you
cool.
good? What was your thoughts on the episode? Anything kind of like upset you, or you're like still like confused about it?
Don't leave Damon. Don't leave you know,
No,
because she know
it's
how to
not
talk.
upset. It was just every point that was being made was something that I actually agreed with. Um, Especially with Sanya, you know. Like I've been
Um,
writing for that girl for a long time. Like, just wait, she's gonna show up. She's gonna show up, and everybody's like, she's so boring, blah blah blah. But
she's
I
still boring,
knew
Palava
she
girl.
had it.
She's still boring, Palava girl. But
No, but I think she's measured.
she's boring.
No, she's measured, Shanisha.
She's boring, Palava girl.
No, did you see? To be honest with you, like the real person, the real Sanya, is the one I heard on the Carlos King interview.
Yes, I
It
agree.
was like I was like, okay. She literally said, people do not know what they want. You don't want any ghetto. You don't want any drama. You want wholesome. I'm like, she has everything. But when she was speaking to Carlos, I'm like, that girl need to show up on that show.
Well, like I said, I don't really count people out off their first season. This is her second season. It's a
I
little bit.
know that. Yeah.
She's a little bit better. She's
No,
still
you're
boring.
fair. You're fair.
Yeah, I try to be fair. Like, I mean, y'all know I don't have no favorites. So,
You also,
so
you
don't
hold
because
people based on what they give you.
yeah, basically is what you give me, and I can't make it up as I go. Well, hey, Juan, say just cancel the whole show. It truly sucks. Now I totally agree, fam.
No.
It's whack as hell. It's boring. It's over. And like, when it comes to Sanya, a lot still remains to be seen. She still bores me. Her personal storyline is a little dry. It's a lot dry, like Thanksgiving turkey. Sometimes it's real dry. Um, Her personality, on the other hand, her personality has spiced up quite a bit. Um,
Yes.
I do like that she's no longer dressing like one of the Commodores. I like that.
Come on.
No, for real, because she was definitely giving Commodores, or early Earth, Wind and Fire. She was giving it to us. She could
Yeah,
have
well,
sang. She could have
that's
sang
out of my
September.
repertoire.
Yeah, she could have sang September with some of them outfits, but she's gotten a lot better. All jokes aside. So let's just wait and see what happens on the way for this show to be canceled. Like I just want it to be over. I mean, just stop the ride, let me off.
I don't think it needs to be canceled. I think I agree with all of you guys. Really, the one person, like, this is why I listen to you. Like, Kenny is the one person that I never understood why all these content creators were like, blah blah blah, Candy. I'm like, she is not a nice person. She does not
At
write for
all.
women. and and I was so frustrated. So when I found your channel, also you're not attacking, you're basing it on like actual facts that we have eyes and ears, capiche? And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
stop it, stop, like making her this, like, oh no, she's so one. No, she's not. She
She's
has
a
a
terrible
temper.
person. Yep,
She
and
has a
she's nasty.
temper.
And she will lie, and she throws rocks and hides her hands. She tries
she
to. Not only that,
she's gonna
Palava
be.
girl, she blows dog whistles and tries to bring other people in to sick them on people like some kind of weird attack dogs, and
And
gets
then she
mad when it doesn't
pretends
work.
she's like a female she's gonna support female. She does
Girl,
not.
you heard what she said tonight, right? I'm the motivational friend.
Oh,
I
whatever.
holler.
Child, she ain't even got no
Whatever.
sex appeal to me, if I'm being honest.
She getting her auntie on. I don't know who uncle want none of that, but she getting her auntie
She
on.
just kind of stiff to me, you know?
I
Yeah,
want to
that's
see
the
what a
auntie.
season looks like without Candy, like just to see. I'm not
Oh,
Amen.
saying.
that would be
Hold on, y'all. We got
lovely.
a we got a new royal family member, Kiki. Welcome to the royal
Woo,
family,
welcome, Kiki.
honey. All right, welcome to the fam. Listen, all the new members, y'all, please make sure you see my contact information scrolling. My email is shanitra@philsdaughters.com, and my Instagram inbox is shanitra_royal. Please make sure you send in your birthdays so we can celebrate your birthdays on time in the chat. Y'all know we use the Cash App as our means of pinning that good dollar on your shirt to celebrate your decoration day, okay? Also, any graduations, anniversaries, please let us know. We still have Verdana as our head of hospitality, and we're happy to help you with that. Also, if you have a Black business and you want to be promoted and you're a member of the royal family, meaning you join membership, please contact me and let me know, and we'll be happy to promote your Black business, okay? So go ahead, y'all. And welcome, Kiki. Y'all make sure y'all welcoming Kiki in the chat, please and
Yay,
thank you.
Kiki.
Go,
Welcome.
Kiki. It's your
I wanted
birthday.
to say that I realized that Kenya, Kandi, and like Cynthia on like season, what was that, 11? They had an alliance. I will never forget when they did Nene like that. When they
Oh,
she called in and she was like, "I'm just setting up how we got Kenya here." When that happened, I knew
Yep.
Kandi
And
was
Candy was
very
like, I'm
sneaky.
Mike. I'm Mike. Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's when I knew. Okay, she's a very slick person.
But see, this is the thing. Lanithia kept saying it, and nobody would believe it because she's not a person that people, like I said, people don't like real people. Everybody,
mm.
they swear, oh, I love real people. You don't. Because when people are real, y'all cry.
Can
You'll
I
cry.
can I say, Shanitra, this is one thing that really annoyed. It didn't annoy me. It was just like kind of like a flashback
Mm-hmm.
when Candy was complaining that Courtney was bobbing her head the first time she met her. I was like, you did that to Nene the
Sure
first
did.
time
Girl went to
you
bucking
met
her head
her.
like a rooster. Remember, she had that ugly 27 with
Yes,
that piece
she
of
did
red
the
weave in
same
the top.
thing.
Yep.
She did. And it's
Well,
always
she
like a
did.
repetition. And she doesn't like that Marlo is bringing it back to her. Like, hello.
Well, you know, that's people, and this is not just a her thing. This is, you know, I feel like it's human nature to a certain degree. When you're not ready to be accountable, everything feels like an attack. And that's just the truth.
Oh,
When
she's
you're
gonna
not
find out
ready,
what Andy Cohen is like now. Now that she's not the favorite person, she's gonna find out what Nene was talking about.
well, I think at this point she knows, but I don't think that she's ready to really like come to terms with it. Not by her behavior,
I'm gonna be
but
honest. I don't think Andy likes her like that, or I don't think he's
he
like
don't.
raving over her like he did for Nene. He doesn't give the same energy. Like, oh, I
Well,
love
he
when she comes
doesn't.
around. I love when she's on
But
Watch What Happens Live. He
He
doesn't.
did like
but
Nene.
that's
He
what I'm
did.
trying. That's what I tried to tell y'all earlier. Candy thought that because they were using her to like try to paint Nene in a corner, she thought that meant she was a favorite, and that's not what it was. They
Mm-mm.
needed you to be dirty. You were willing to do it. They threw you some bones and biscuits. Now they don't want to pay you that check because at least when they were paying Nene brought in people watching, like she had a fan base that was actually support. Because like as much as Candy bragged about, oh, me and Tiny got 4 million people following us, you can't get 4 million people to watch this show though. Like her fan base is psychotic, rude, and crazy like her, but they're clearly not watching the show. And that's the thing. So you got, you know, a mob of people that will like attack random people online, but they're not watching this show. And
No.
what the networks care about is money, and ratings equals money to these people. Candy ain't bringing in the money.
No,
Andy
she
paled,
can't monetize. She cannot
Andy,
monetize.
Andy literally paled around with Nene until he got in trouble for fraternizing with Nene. He didn't stop paling around with her until he got in trouble for fraternizing with her, being, you know, the talent. So there you go. He ain't never hung around with Candy. Like they don't have that kind of past.
No.
Do y'all think Marlo is an opportunist for how she came in through Nene?
No,
Nah.
no more than anybody else. Hell, do you think Candy's an opportunist for working that whole first season for free just to get on the show?
Hmm. Well, there's a point.
You know what I'm saying? Like people see opportunities and they take opportunities if it's good for business and you do it. I don't think that makes anybody an opportunist. I just feel like you saw an opportunity and that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to make use and avail yourself of opportunities so you don't have to sit around and cry about why not me later.
Agreed. I mean, they're all opportunists, and they should be, because this
You.
network or production or whatever is taking advantage of. Like, these girls have talent. Like, more, some of them more than the others. Like somebody like Nini, and like, you see like this, like, like Teresa. Like, they are like, they're lightning rods. You know what I mean? It's like they will drive a show, and they're authentic. You love them, you hate them, they don't care. They'll just show you their lives, and that's why we sign up to watch. And then there's the phonies who show up. It's like, okay, okay, Bethany Frankel, right? A itty bitty little thing that wasn't even married. Look, so it's an opportunity. They should be opportunistic, but also don't be phony. Don't lie to us. Don't give us like fake storylines. You know?
But I think that's what ended up happening, because you have to look at, and I'm not going to beat this dead horse ever again, but if the show started with a group of friends and
Yeah.
then you start bringing in people who are not a part of this friend group, what you're going to eventually get, which is where we are now, is
Mm,
we're going to get a bunch of manufactured storylines, because these people have nothing in common. Nothing in common. Hey
mm.
Charles, where you been? Long time. I love when the UK come through. Say, do you think Bravo makes some money from advertising Candy's business? So are they making money from her in other ways? I don't know. I heard that the newer girls, like if they promote their business, they have to give Bravo a cut. And I think that's why we're not seeing them really promote their stuff or talk about their stuff very much. I just feel like there's ways they could do it to make it interesting without really promoting the business. And I don't
No,
know. I
fun
just feel like
fact,
they're not really
Shanitra.
huh?
Fun fact. It's called the Bethany Clause because when she got in there, and she started a business. When it became a $1 billion business, they realized that she used the show. So from after her, it's called the Bethany Clause. If you start a
Yeah,
business while on a
yeah,
Bravo show, they get a cut.
yeah. If but that's only if they promote the business on there.
Not promote. If it is started
No,
during,
that's not what I read. If they're
Well,
not promoting that business on that show, those people have a number of businesses. Bravo does not automatically get a cut of their businesses. They
it's
don't.
called
If
the
well,
they're not,
Bethany Clause.
in
I'm
a
telling
way,
you, and
that's
that's why I mentioned it, because what I read, and this is what I read, not what I heard whispers of, what I read was that it has to be something they promote on the show. And they're not, if they're not, and I honestly believe that's why we don't see them really promoting things. Because they've all got their hands into stuff.
Well, we
All of them,
can
every
try.
last one of them. And
well,
not
in a
just, and not
way,
just, and when you look at it, not just Bethany, Lisa Vanderpump went and made a mint on them too. It's a lot of these ladies went and got, caked up off of Bravo. And that's
No,
what
but
they're supposed to do.
Lisa was smart like Bethany. She's an executive producer on
Yeah, on
VTR.
that show. But what I'm saying is, before she went and got that show, she was really making the most of her opportunity. And she was. She actually
Yeah.
was. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I completely approve of it, actually. I'm just
Yes.
saying that these ladies are really, I think that that's why we're not really getting a lot of like what they do as far as their business. And that was more to my point. We're not getting that because they don't want to have to cut Bravo in, because they know if they
Yeah,
do,
and
they have to cut Bravo in.
no, because they have, like it's like a scale down. If you start a business while you are on a Bravo show, then there's a cut. Then if you promote it, there's a different level. So there's different levels of,
Yeah,
where they can cut you.
they're not promoting it. And I think that's why they're not doing it. And I think that's why we're getting, and I agree with Iman in the chat. I think that's why we're getting the fake stories. Like they want to make their money and they don't want to have
Yeah.
to pay the, and I don't blame them for not wanting to pay the pimp, but you got to have something going on in your life other than what you're trying to keep them from stealing from you. Because
Probably
quite
that's
frankly, in my
why we're getting crappy shows now.
because quite frankly, I do feel like that is pimping, that is stealing. Because regardless of whether these ladies promote their businesses on your show or not, they're giving you a show. So you're already making money off of them with your ratings and your advertiser money. Why on earth would you feel like if they create a business that you should get a cut just because they talked about it on your show? I get it, but I also feel
Mhm.
like you need to give us something else because there's got to be something else happening in your life other than what you're showing
Yeah,
us.
I don't know if anybody else agrees. Like, I don't care about the businesses that do. That's their problem. It's just like, like the Potomac, all of the like hidden, like, I want the personal stories. I don't need, like, give me a snippets of the business. But like, these women are really fascinating if they would open up, you know, like some people have literally opened up their lives through marriages and divorces and really like diseases
And
and
prison
horrible
and
things.
prison sentences and
Exactly.
all that. Yes.
But what that would be enough. We don't need them to be peddling some fake perfume or skincare. Who cares? It's not even theirs. So I don't care.
This is my thing. I'm not saying give me your business to talk to me about it. But I also feel like if that's something that is significantly happening in your life and there's some real drama, like real non-manufactured drama surrounding that,
Mhm.
then yes, I want to see what's going on. Kenya cussing at
Agreed.
that little boy, well, not really cussing, but going off on that little boy about messing up her graphics. I kind of wanted the camera to stay there for a minute because what the hell? What did he do? I get it.
Yeah.
I don't like when people mess up either. That to me made Kenya a little more relatable. I know everybody was mad, like, look how she talked to people. But I understood. I'm an Aquarius too. I understood. That's why I don't like to work with people. I literally overwork myself because I know I'm gonna get pissed off if you mess up anything for me. I work
Yeah,
alone.
but
I do
Kenya
I do
is a
not work well
special
with others.
thing.
I do not work well with others. So it was just like when I saw her in that moment, it was like, dang, I can relate to that side of Kenya. Kenya has a lot
That's
of relatable
true.
sides that she just refuses to give us. She thinks that the fake stuff she made up is better, and it wasn't. Okay. Deborah Best say, pay the money. The show won't last forever. Get your income streams going. Yeah, Deborah, but what? Like, I don't know how long they would have to give them people a cut. I don't know that I would do that. I don't know that I would pay them no money to promote a goddamn thing. No.
I didn't like that comment that was made by who was that? Kenya saying something about Marlo like slept with people to get on top or to get her money. I was
Yeah.
like,
Oh yeah,
really? That was
she slept with somebody to get a bag, and I'm like, girl, you slept with Mike Tyson to get a house, and you talking about her sleeping with somebody to get a bag? Kenya, have you
right.
checked the miles? Have you checked the miles on your cookie?
In that
They
Bentley,
always go out for her. It is so disgusting.
It really is, and they think it's cute, and it's really not. It's not giving what they thought what they thought it was giving, like at all. Real trashy, real low class. Why you screaming that she's low class and you're looking low class doing it? And you
well, I
from the
hope
and you still little Miss Ghetto Detroit with lotion resistant skin.
I'm just hoping
Like
that this trip that they have coming up to Portugal is going to be like a trip where they at least have some kind of fun for real.
Well, Sanya said that the Portugal trip would be a little less contentious, you know.
Okay, well that's good because we got to keep it moving now.
we want to
There
see
has
some
to be
fun.
some
It's drama.
fun. There has to be some fun in between. I mean,
I want to see, but you know what though, Palava girl, I want to see actual fun, not Candy forcing people to be
yeah.
sexual. Like that's not
I
fun. That's
hate that about her. Why is
she's
there
so
always some
gross.
sexual stuff?
The whole vibrator thing last
Ugh.
season was really ridiculous.
Them
That,
vibrating draws. That was
oh my
Oh,
nasty.
gosh! And then
And the
she
way
had
she got And let me borrow Kenya's word. The way she got aggressive with Kenya just because she said she wasn't comfortable, that made me
Thank
uncomfortable.
you.
And then
Leave
she
that
had
girl
Ralph
alone.
buzzing somebody else's wife stuff.
But Candy thinks stuff like that is okay. Like it's okay to be forceful when it comes to people and their sexuality and to be like pushing people's comfort levels. It's not okay. I'm not sure who told her it was.
It's like, no, sweetie, it's only you. The rest of us don't want that. It's okay. You can have it. It really, I mean, that was the most cringe. I could not. I still haven't finished that episode. I was just like, I can't.
Now,
And
what's
then she
bad is, like I said, it's seldom. It's very seldom, if ever, that I feel bad for Kenya Moore. But I felt bad for her then, because Candy literally tried to shame that girl because she wasn't comfortable with a random person playing with her pocketbook, with
Yeah,
her crack. Like that was gross. And like, well,
that
you
is
did
so gross.
and you told a sex joke. Like, duh. Like, so what if she told a sex joke? That don't mean that it's okay for you or anybody to play with her privates if she's not comfortable.
she don't understand consent. And I
No,
know
she
one
don't.
thing. I hope she got a good lawyer because if Sukiyana turn around and try to sue, it's over.
Suki ain't gonna
Because
sue you. You know, Suki, honey.
the Candy Coated
Shout out
Factory is
to Ty. Hold on. Shout out to Ty. Ty said what Ty said, or Ty's hot mess history, and grown woman vibes. Nyla, grown woman vibes with Mammy Mountain, because Suki went trudging up Mammy Mountain talking about that she's pro-black and she don't tear down black men. If that black man is harassing you or assaulting you, then you need to put him in jail and let Big Bubba and them tear him down. Like bull crap. But Suki ain't gonna do nothing to him. She went climbing up Mammy Mountain, so they're safe.
It is.
So people can abuse her. And when she made her statement, I actually believed her when she said, I'm hurt and I'm afraid to speak up for myself. I believe her. And I believe that she was so intimidated by all of the backlash and nasty talk that black men and black women did toward her that she quickly backed down and just did
Mhm.
whatever they said.
Well, this is the thing though. I know, like, black women will go to the end of the earth to protect a black man, even if he's wrong, to
Yep.
avoid dealing with the law. The black men, unfortunately, in my experience, don't do that for black women.
They never do. They never
And
have. They
it's
never
it's the
will.
saddest thing ever.
But and then you got a lot of male identified women like Kandi who behave that way, and they don't have a problem with pushing and disrespecting other black women's boundaries. She's just,
Oh yeah.
it's just one of
That's
not
those
why I
things.
don't like her. I've never liked her from day
Is that
dot.
the only reason, Palava girl? Because you done told me a few times you don't like this lady. I feel like it's more to it.
It's what?
I feel like it's more to the reason why you don't like her. What else did she do
It
that you
was
don't like?
the first time I saw her, the way she dealt with Nene, with
Yeah, she was
it
real
was with
nasty.
she was defending Kim, and I always have a visceral response. She didn't give a chance. She just identified this
Started snapping
tall
and
black
being nasty.
girl,
Mm-hmm.
and she just went for it, and she was relentless, and she never let go. It was a multi-year. She was the most strategic planner to exit, like the person who create. I'm like, you could work with her.
But you're not understanding. She didn't want to work with her. She wanted to take her place. She wanted to be
That's
that
my
girl.
point. I don't like females who do that because
right.
I'm a
I can dig it.
female. Unlike her, whatever she says, females who support females don't do that.
Candy is very competitive in everything she does. So even on the show,
That's
she
true.
sees it as like I need to get on top and I need to be number one.
Mm.
Like she's the fan favorite. She's the one that brings in the ratings. She's the one that's the media darling. I want to be that girl. And quiet as kept, she still ain't been able to get it done. Nene gone, Portia gone, Phaedra gone, Scent gone, and you still sitting over there looking like Oscar the Grouch,
And
miserable.
we're still
And all
clamoring for
you,
Nene. Sorry, girl.
And you know what? And that probably grates on her nerves that I over here threatening to headbutt people and wanting to choke people and screaming and acting ghetto, and y'all still begging for Nene.
Yeah.
And it's
It's just a
bad because
sad
it's
affair.
never not gonna be. It is. But what can we do? Listen, any final thoughts? Because we got to go, y'all. It's been almost 4 hours. I love y'all to death, but y'all getting off this porch tonight.
Okay, bye.
My final thoughts would just be I hope that it lightens up after this week. I hope we see more personal story from all of the ladies.
Yeah, nice meeting you, Damon, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Anitra, for having me again. Bye,
Thank
ladies.
you too.
As
I'm
always,
Hayden
my
here.
dear.
Thank you so much for this platform that we could, talk and say our opinions and everything.
Thank you, guys. Love you. Bye.
Yes, and you ain't gonna love you right back, and you ain't gonna never be attacked over here. Because just like we took out the trash earlier, we will take out the trash every night. So feel free to speak
Not
freely.
trash.
Say whatever you think. Yeah, I will take out trash because, quite frankly, people who disrespect other people are trash.
And that's why I
You're
said,
just trash. Like I have no use for rude or disrespectful people.
right. I think the disrespect is unnecessary, but I do think that people having an opinion that's opposite from ours is okay, because we welcome people to be, to say
But
how they feel and have an
that's the
opinion.
rule on this. But that's the rule on this porch. Our rule is we can disagree, but we're family. Okay.
Right.
So you can disagree without being personal, being rude, being nasty. We don't do that here. That is not allowed ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I say ever, when they act like that, Auntie gonna take out the trash.
So now you're gonna do me a favor and watch Bell Collective.
I'm gonna try. Y'all be putting stuff on me to try to watch stuff. I don't. My nerves bad. I'm gonna try.
I just want to hear your
Try.
thoughts because I think it's interesting. They got a lot of good personal story on there, and I think it's interesting. So I just want to hear your thoughts about it.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. What night it come on and what time?
Friday, I think at 8 o'clock. Fridays.
Friday at 8. Okay. All right. Let me see if I can remember to watch it. I'm sure one of our sisters here will send me an inbox or something to remind me. I'm saying that because I'm hoping one of y'all will hear me and send me an inbox or a text message to remind me. And then I will try to watch and see if I can kind of catch on and get into the situation. I will. I promise.
Yeah.
I will try.
L'Oreal, my sweetheart, fall asleep.
No. I'm gonna give it all I got. As long as it's like genuine storylines, it's not real fake, it's not real ignorant. Like I can work with you a little bit. And mind you, I don't mind a little ignorance. I don't. I'm from Ocala, Florida. I understand ignorance, so I don't mind a little bit, as long as we don't go too far.
Right. All right. Well, then you have a good night.
All right, my dear L'Oreal. Since you came back and you've been sitting up here Cadillacing, what's your final thoughts? L'Oreal, you sleep? Y'all system went to sleep. Let me go and pull her down. She done sat up here while we talking and chilling, and she done knocked out. So listen, y'all. Y'all know what time it is. It's time to get on gone before we get spit on. Get some sleep, honey. Say your prayers, sweet dreams, all that good stuff. Y'all get some rest. It's Juneteenth tomorrow. If you get an opportunity to relax, please do so. If you got to work, enjoy your day at work. Also, I will try to come back if there's any good gossip that goes on. I don't mind talking about it. Okay. And in the meanwhile, I'm going to let y'all get some rest and hit the like button on the way out. If you did not hit that bad boy on the way in, hit your notification bell and make sure you click all so you'll know every time we go live over here on this good porch. Subscribe if you have not subscribed. Make sure that you if you want to join channel membership, hit the join button at the bottom of the video or the membership link in the description box of the video. And also in the description box is my Amazon wish list if you want to send me some goodies. And my Amazon storefront if you want to buy the same crafting supplies that I buy when I'm decorating my home. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a great night's rest. And remember, if no one else says it to you, God loves you, I love you, and ain't nothing you can do about it. Talk to you later. Bye.